welcome to the January 19th, 2023 meeting of the Boulder City Council. Before we get started, I'm going to turn to our resident dad joke maker.
Thanks, Aaron. Why didn't the watermelons get married?
Why didn't it?
Yeah. The cantaloupe.
Marriage is the pit. All right, and on that note, I will call us to order and ask to start with the roll call.
My apologies, sir. I thought I had your announcements on there. My apologies. We'll start tonight with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkers.
Present.
Friend.
I am present but virtual.
Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wallach.
Present and happy to be here.
Councilmember Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Present.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much. So I'm going to get us started with a request to amend the agenda to make two changes. One is to add item 1C, which is a National Day of Racial Healing Declaration to be read by Councilmember Benjamin, and also to continue to the February 2nd, 2020 second meeting. Item. Alicia, are we all right?
Yes, I'm sorry, sir.
And also to continue item 5B, so a continuation of the second reading and motion to amend ordinance 8556.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? That's everybody. The agenda is amended. So I have the great honor of kicking off this meeting with a Johnny Teeter and Matt Applebaum Housing Legacy Day Declaration. Matt? Yes, we're good? Okay, that's loud. And this is a particular pleasure for me because Johnny and Matt are both friends of mine, and I learned much of what it is to be a mayor from Matt's example. He's been a mentor and a friend for a long time. I know, right? Okay, so Johnny Teeter and Matt Applebaum Housing Legacy Day. Matt Applebaum and Johnny Teeter have selflessly decided to donate a home to benefit affordable home ownership through the Housing Legacy Program. Their legacy will grow and endure through their contribution to affordable housing in Boulder. The Housing Legacy Program facilitates the donation or bequest of homes by Boulder homeowners wishing to leave a legacy of affordable home ownership for future generations. Both Matt and Johnny are longtime advocates for affordable housing in Boulder and are excited to make a tangible contribution to Boulder's affordable housing efforts through this donation. Throughout their lives and through their civic activism, they have demonstrated a commitment to continuing Boulder's values of diversity and equity. Matt Applebaum served on City Council for 18 years, from 1987 to 1995, and from 2007 to 2017, including 5 years as mayor. Matt was also a member of the city's Affordable Housing Working Group, and Johnny Teeter has served as a member of various boards, including the city's Planning Board, the Boulder Urban Renewal Authority, and the Library Commission. Johnny and Matt's appreciation of their privilege to be able to purchase property in Boulder and build wealth, combined with their desire to give those with lower incomes the same opportunity, has led them to action. Johnny Teeter and Matt Applebaum should be recognized and celebrated for their contribution to the community, as well as their ongoing support and dedication to permanently affordable home ownership in Boulder. So therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare January 19th, 2023 as Johnny Teeter and Matt Applebaum Housing Legacy Day, and urge all of our members of our community to recognize this special occasion. It's nice to have you back on the dais, Matt. Maybe you'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, sure. It's been a while. Well, thanks very much. Although you should know that we kind of hope that this donation doesn't get triggered for a while. We'd like to hang around Boulder for quite a few more years. So we didn't really want or expect any sort of public recognition. your great housing staff talked us into this. And the reason was simple. They saw this as an opportunity to maybe encourage other people to do something similar. And I'd like to take a minute and do a little encouraging, because in many ways that's actually more important than what we as individuals have done, if we can get others involved in this. And so we consider ourselves incredibly lucky to be in a position where we can do this. And it's something we never thought we would be able to do. We both come from very modest backgrounds, but serendipitously, I came to Boulder over 45 years ago, back at a time when more or less normal people could actually get into the housing market. That hasn't been true in quite a few years now, and there's no signs that's going to change. And that has worried us for many reasons, equity issues, and we like a Boulder that has a diverse population, and a worry that is vanishing and will continue to vanish. And so, we saw this as an opportunity to kind of repay the community for all the wonderful years we've had here and the quite unexpected increase in wealth that we accumulated just simply because we were lucky enough to get property here so many years ago. And my main goal here is to encourage those of you who find yourself in similar positions to think about doing something similar. It's not that hard. No, not everybody has a rental property they could donate. Not everybody has a house they can donate. We get that, but maybe you have some money that you could bequeath to the city when the time comes. In fact, that's our backup. We don't know if we'll still own a rental property when we expire, but if that's the case, then we're delighted to contribute some money. Perhaps a small, tiny percentage of a sale price when your house sells, something like that. As a historical note, in ancient times, I tried to get the city to enact a real estate transfer tax back when that was still legal, and I wish we had done that. And who knows how much money we would have accumulated. But it's something you can do on your own. And so that's really the message. Think about it. Think about repaying the community. Think about helping in even a little way, making it possible for folks who, like us, came here all that time ago and we were able to get into the housing market. Help some folks who now can't do that. Help make Boulder a place where they can also thrive and bring their diversity to the community. We are delighted we're able to do this, and if you have the ability to do it, you'll be delighted too. So thanks so much.
Thanks again, Matt. Okay, running back into place here. So now it is time for the International Holocaust Remembrance Day Declaration to be read by Councilmember Weiner.
Should I call Mark up?
Yes, and if we can have just you go, yeah, Rabbi Mark come up to receive this, please. I believe he's in the room. There he is.
Come on up right here. Oh, right here? Yeah. So everybody can see how short I am compared to you. International Holocaust Remembrance Day, January 27th, 2023. The Holocaust was a state-sponsored systematic persecution and annihilation of European Jewry by Nazi Germany and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945. Jews were the primary victims. 6 million Jews were murdered, and by the way, of that 6 million, there were about 1.5 million children. Roma, people with disabilities, and Poles were also targeted for destruction or decimation for racial, ethnic, or national reasons. Millions more, including queer people, Jehovah's Witnesses, Soviet prisoners of war, and political dissidents also suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny. International Holocaust Remembrance Day is held on January 27th of each year, the anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz death camp. It is a day for the world to pause and remember the millions of people who were murdered or whose lives were changed forever. The city of Boulder joins with all those whose lives were affected by the Holocaust. We remember their strength, courage, and bravery, and will continually work to make sure their stories are remembered. While this period of dark history is over, anti-Semitism still plagues our society, fueling the same hatred and violence that charged World War II. As a city, we condemn anti-Semitism, hatred, and bigotry in all its forms. We pledge to call out this prejudice in solidarity with our fellow Jewish community members. Such intolerance jeopardizes the well-being of us all. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare January 27, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And I'm giving this to you, Rabbi Soloway. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. Thank you for inviting me here. Just a very few quick remarks. Some of you who know me, I grew up in London in the UK. And growing up in the Jewish community in London, it was really in the shadow of European Jewry. And I was very used to seeing images of swastikas in Jewish cemeteries, seeing graves desecrated on a regular basis. And when I moved to the States more than 20 years ago at this point, I felt very genuinely that the United States of America was about the safest place for Jewish people to live and practice their Judaism. That's changed. That's changed significantly in the last few years since the shooting in the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. The FBI reports so many more hate crimes targeting Jewish people, of course, along with all of the other victims of hate crimes. And for the first time in many generations, a lot of Jewish people in this community and beyond are not feeling safe about the future for Jewish communities in the United States, and it's very scary. Our new reality is that we have armed security in all of our Jewish institutions on a regular basis. It's just a necessity. We know that a few years ago the FBI foiled a plot to inflict damage and harm on Jewish communities throughout Boulder County, and it's real. I just want to say that there's over 15,000 people who identify as Jewish in Boulder County, and we try to be good citizens. I myself became a US citizen in December of 2015, so I could vote in that election. And I've tried in my way to be a responsible community member involved in a lot of causes, including on one of the NAACP committees. And many Jewish people show up for causes that we all care about, whether it's about climate change, homelessness, and all kinds of other ways in which we collectively want to be part of the solution to create a culture of love and tolerance and mutual respect. I was at the MLK event at the Boulder Jewish Community Center on Sunday, and the whole notion, the amazing keynote speaker about what makes a beloved community. A beloved community is one where we all feel safe, where we all feel honored to believe what we believe, to practice what we practice, and that we support each other and that we show up for our neighbors. So I'm very grateful to the City Council for this declaration. It feels very relevant and real, as we just heard, along with the white supremacy, the ugly face of white supremacy that threatens our identity in some ways. There's a lot of Holocaust denial, as some of you know. There's a lot of attempts to underplay the historical truth of the Holocaust as a way to minimize it so that the hate can be perpetuated. When we see white supremacists with torches saying Jews will not replace us, it's very harrowing, and it re-triggers a lot of trauma for people of Jewish ancestry who had relatives who perished in the Holocaust during the Second World War. So again, thank you very much. That was probably more than 2 minutes, but I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to be here, and thanks for everything that you do, City Council, and for everybody here this evening. Thanks.
Yes. It's for you, yes. And thank you so much for that, Rabbi Salaway and Tara, for reading the declaration. And I just wanted to just mention as well that, I know our entire city council, my mic is on here, that our entire city council supports these efforts to combat anti-Semitism and hate crimes. And just mention that personally, as the mayor and the representative council, I have signed the Anti-Defamation League's Mayor's Compact Against Hate, Extremism, and Bigotry, as well as the Mayor's United Against Anti-Semitism on behalf of our council. I know you have your full support, so thank you, everyone. Okay. Next, we have the National Day of Racial Healing Declaration to be read by Councilmember Benjamin.
The City of Boulder is committed to racial equity and acknowledges that we must all work earnestly to create courageous and supportive environments that address the traumatic past, promote healing of wounds created by racial, ethnic, and religious bias, and build an equitable and just society so that people can thrive. As city leaders, it is our duty to provision and protect the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive in nurturing environments that do not violate safety, dignity, and humanity. Furthermore, every person can exhibit an act of kindness or make a simple change within their self that can have a profound effect on an entire society. Racism and race-based stress are unjust burdens that present physical and psychological barriers to the health and success of people of color. Racial healing is a vital and crucial commitment to the education, social, mental, and overall well-being of all community members. If we all dedicate ourselves to the principles of truth, racial healing, relationship building, solidarity, and transformative action, we can all bring about the necessary changes in thinking and behavior that will propel our community and the nation forward as a unified force where racial bias can be recognized and unlearned. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, join the nation in declaring January 17th, 2023 as National Day of Racial Healing, and urge all citizens to promote truth, racial healing, and transformation in the ways that are best suited for them individually, to work together to raise our collective consciousness around the need to reconcile the inequitable pain caused by historical and current systems of oppression.
Thank you for that, Matt. All right, our next item is a debrief on changes to the emergency alert system. And shall I turn to Nuria?
Thank you so much, Mayor. And we're going to ask our Fire Chief, Michael Casarazzo, to come up. And we also have Mike Chard, our Director of the Office of Disaster Management.
I brought a few people with me today. So again, for the record, Mike Casarazzo, Fire Chief. Can you hear me okay through the mic? Okay. We've got a brief presentation, and we're going to explain the emergency alert system in the context of the latest fire. It's the Sanitas fire, even though the agenda says Sunshine. It actually started as a house fire up Sunshine Canyon, and then we immediately had to split it off because it became 2 incidents in one. So that's the reason for the confusion. The purpose of as they're hopefully bringing up the presentation, there we go. If we can go to the second slide there. We're going to go through, I've asked Chief Brian Oliver and Director Mike Chard to go through first a timeline of the fire itself, what happened when, and then and that'll be Chief Oliver. And Chief Oliver, just so everyone understands, he's a big part of my wildfire response, not just for the city, but also countywide. It's members of his team or himself who are typically in charge of many of these fires, including the NCAR fire. So, in fact, one of his members was on the wildland fire on this fire too. So he'll go through the timeline, and then right after him, I'll ask Director Chard to come up, talk about the alert and warning system, how it's working today, and then kind of where we're heading, or at least where we're trying to head sooner rather than later in terms of the city's alert system and how that integrates with the county. So I'm going to step aside and allow Chief Oliver to come on up here and talk about the timeline of the fire itself, and that's the next slide, if we could pull that up.
Thanks, Chief. Again,
For the record, Brian Oliver, Wildland Division Chief for Boulder Fire Rescue. So just a quick rundown. The incident came in to dispatch about 1:41 in the afternoon as a structure fire. But given the conditions of the day, we were borderline red flag with 30 to 40 mile an hour winds out of the west. It quickly escalated past that, crossed over Sunshine Road, Sunshine Canyon Drive, and became a wildland fire pushed by those winds. So if you're looking at the slide there, you can see the map of the polygons, and the way the alerting went is units from the field, as soon as that became a wildland fire, realized that those conditions were fairly dire and wanted to get people out of the way as soon as possible. So field request evacuation orders at 14:05. So within that first 20 minutes of the incident, they realized this was going to be bigger than just a simple house fire, and was going to have a larger impact than that. So units 43K, J, and M, as you can see on the map, are those pre-identified polygons. So we have a countywide system, city and county, of predetermined polygons for evacuation, just to streamline that process and make things move a little faster. The polygons we use in the field are the same ones that dispatch has, and they're tied to our Everbridge, our alert and warning system. So as soon as we say, these are the zones we want evacuated, dispatch then can make those alerts. So you can see that we, 14:05, field requested the evacuations. 14:12, those orders were put into Everbridge, which is our alert and warning system currently. And then those polygons went out at 15:44. We know we added to 43L, that next one, to the south later on as the fire expanded. Within the city, as you know, this wasn't our fire. This was not a city incident. However, we had units respond to it. And of course, wildfire knows, no jurisdictional boundaries. And with those conditions, we knew that was going to have an impact on the city. We initially placed those two yellow polygons, 9, 17, and 25, on an advisory, just to say, hey, there's an incident in our area. You should be aware of it. Be alert that conditions may change. We ran a simple fire behavior model, and that model proved in those winds and those conditions that fire could be on the city in no time flat. So we upgraded those to evacuation warnings. Again, similar process. We did 9, 15, 17. I don't want to go through the details there. We turned them on in a system that we use now called Zonehaven, and Director Chard will speak to the differences in the two systems, but that's our public-facing system that people can look at, have a map to read and say, here's the zones that we're going to evacuate. So we put those into Zonehaven. Again, those same things are then we tell dispatch, they put it into our Everbridge system because that's still the system we use city and county. And then we also did an all hazards alert for all the city employees so that everyone was aware of the incident and the steps we were taking. Again, later that night for the city zones, I can't speak to the county because those 3 zones that you see in red there on the map did remain in evacuation overnight, but the zones in the city were given the all clear at about 5 o'clock that evening because the conditions had changed. Nightfall, the fire burned into some fuels that still had some shade and some snow, and pretty much the forward progression of the fire was stopped a little bit after sunset. You can go to the next slide. And that really just recaps, what I've already said. So 141 started as a structure fire. A little bit earlier than 3, we realized that was a wildland fire, but that was the time it was reported. And then at 3:14, we notified our regional incident management team, as Chief Calderazzo alluded to. That's a lot of folks on my staff and regionally throughout the county, all the fire districts and others joined up to basically take command of a complex incident because that's overwhelmed the local jurisdiction, which for this fire is, Boulder Mountain, Sunshine Fire, and Boulder Rural, which are 3 smaller, mostly volunteer fire districts. So the incident management team stood up about 3:15. Transfer of command to that incident management team, I believe, occurred about 1700 hours or 5 o'clock. And then by about 1 o'clock in the morning, we had things pretty much in hand and released most resources. And that's pretty much the summary of the fire. And then the next day, full containment returned back to the local unit. Any questions?
Thanks, Chief Oliver. And Mike?
Good evening, Council. For the record, Mike Chard, Director, Officers of Disaster Management. The next slide we have for you talks about our current system, and apologize for it being a little busy, but there's a lot to our system, and this slide encompasses those things. I'll walk you through them. If there is a need to alert the community, this sort of highlights the systems that we're going to use. Obviously, the first thing in our Everbridge system is the landline database, and for those that still have a landline or for a phone, this system is updated quarterly, and that database is going to create a warning or an alert that will come through on your landline. The opt-in side of Everbridge is for folks that go in. You can do this on boulderoem.com and also go into Everbridge and create a profile that allows you to receive multiple alerts on different devices and through different means, such as getting a phone call, email, text message. The system has been integrated also with what we call IPAWS, and that stands for Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. And this gives our 911 centers the ability to send alerts now also on wireless emergency alerts, which are the handheld devices we all have. Also activate the emergency alert system, which goes across our TV and radios, and then NOAA weather radio can also be activated as a platform to alert the community. The messages, when they're sent out, also now have a link that will send the recipient to our alert portal, and you can see this on the boulderoem.com website, and this is a portal that highlights all of the alerts that any 911 center in our system would send out. In this particular incident, there was multiple alerting authorities at work. So you had ours here with the City of Boulder 911 Center, also the County Sheriff 911 Center, and even Longmont is tied into this portal. All those alerts will be found in this site. It shows a map. It also gives the alerting message that went out with it. And it's really great for a sort of a moment in time if you receive that alert. But it doesn't give you the sort of composite like the Zonehaven map does, showing all of the alerting statuses of all the zones that have been activated in the slide you saw previously. We also now have common alerting terminology across all the alerting dispatch centers and our first response agencies, and those are seen as advisories, also as warnings, orders, and we will send those out. The orders are going to be seen as an evacuation order, a climb to higher ground, or you'll see it as a shelter-in-place order. We've recently also set up a county-wide polygon project that was completed in August. Those are alerting zones. Before the Marshall Fire, we had these completed west of 36, but that project now encompasses the entire county. And those are the polygons that you'll also see in the Zonehaven system. On top of that, we've also identified the evacuation routes for the entire county. These are the primary routes that we have in every jurisdiction in unincorporated and municipal areas. The strategy working with first response agencies around how do you alert people, then you have to move people, was to make sure that we keep the main arteries flowing so that the neighborhoods will keep funneling out. And in that evacuation project, we also identified traffic control point areas. What we're seeing with the use of a lot of these alerting systems, a lot of people are receiving alerts, and we're seeing almost as many people trying to get into the areas that we're evacuating as people getting out. You can see there's a problem with that, as we also have law enforcement and fire agencies are also trying to gain access to get in to either go door to door or to actually go in and start to fight the fire. Zonehaven is a project or the capability that was implemented this year for us here at the city, but the county doesn't have it. So what that means is we have two forward-facing maps, such as when we had the Sanitas fire. One the county was using to reflect the activity that they were putting up related to alerting zones, road closures, shelters, and then we also had ours in the city that was simultaneously showing status of zones, road closures, and shelters too. That did create some confusion because people were then having to toggle between two different situational awareness maps to try to get their information throughout the incident. We're hoping to address that issue on Monday by going to the Boulder Regional Emergency Telephone Service Authority and seek funding to be able to purchase Zonehaven for the entire county and all other municipalities, therefore creating a common platform for for situational awareness mapping, and also as a site to put additional information postings for the community to digest and understand what's going on. Another improvement or enhancement we made this year was development of a comm plan, or communications plan, that integrates digital trunked radio systems with our standard VHF system. And that has helped first response agencies being able to coordinate their tactical activity on a communications platform when they respond to emergencies. And that's currently where we are on the system. So when we have any sort of emergency or disaster, that will be the way that we'll be alerting the community. Obviously, sirens are another piece of that, but those are activated on the request of the incident commander. And for wildfire, just to refresh everyone, the sirens that we have on the western flank of our city are equipped with a wildfire message. So Crestview, Columbine, the New Britain NIST, and the Montessori School are the sirens that are able to be activated and used under a wildfire system. Those are an outdoor warning system, not designed for indoor warning of residents. And that's currently where we are in our status of our current system. Future enhancements, and these are going to be happening this year. The first one we have is wireless emergency alerts. Gives us a new way to communicate with non-English speaking community members. And we have translated our evacuation orders into Spanish, and that will be completed by March of 2023. And we'll be able to simultaneously launch alerts in English and Spanish, which we're not able to do prior to this action. We've also have invested and recently purchased through Bretza an app called ReachWell that can translate. It's a downloadable app that the community can access once it's implemented, and it can translate up to 100 different languages and be able to help people receive alerts in the language of their choice. We've also did purchase, Resident Connect. This is also another purchase that came through Bretza, which adds phone number databases into our 911 system. So there's 3 real databases used now through Everbridge. One would be the landline database. One is the opt-in, which is a voluntary and requires residents take action on it. And this one is just like the landline. It's an open source data of numbers. It's geo-tied to addresses and will increase our ability to reach residents when we're using the Everbridge system. Obviously, Zone Haven, if it is purchased and we are able to implement, will help sort of smooth out that gap between the city having a certain capability and county not having that. So we're looking forward to getting that resolved next week and moving forward on implementing that project. And then also currently we have what's called PANO, the camera project that helps evaluate and detect wildfires in the Front Range. And that project has been deployed for about the last 4 months. It's got another sort of beta test period until June. It does work. I get a lot of alerts on it, and it does pick up any sort of smoke in the area and then sends notifications out to fire management personnel to be able to evaluate and then decide if response is needed. And that's where we're looking to take the systems in 2023. And on that, I have nothing else to present, Chief.
So thank you both for sharing that info. And now we'd like to just open up for any questions. We tried to keep it as brief as possible so we could save some time for questions.
Mayor, if you will, as we were introducing it, I was remiss in thanking our staff for their always swift response. And Mike, we consider you our staff too, in responding to these really life-threatening situations. So thank everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Chief, and everybody for it was a brief but very informative presentation, but more importantly for your incredible work in keeping the city safe from this event and all the other events that have happened over the years and the events to come. Any questions for anybody here? We got Nicole, Matt? Please go.
Yeah, I just had a question, and thank you, first of all, for the presentation and for all your work to keep us safe in emergencies. Have we checked in with the folks at the Center for People with Disabilities or anybody there? I'm curious about, in the process of getting these alerts, how can somebody sort of respond back that either, can't drive, doesn't drive, has mobility issues? What is the process for somebody to respond back to an alert in that case?
That's a great question. I'm not aware. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'll check in with the team and see if we've either already got that. I know it's been brought up. I don't know if we've reached out and incorporated that unless Mike, you're aware.
We have.
You have? Okay.
Monica's made contact. We're working with the center to see how we can better improve.
So the Office of Disaster Management has already done that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully this is a calm year for you, and we won't see or hear much from you in 2023. That's a great case scenario for this whole community. But we love actually seeing you as a great part of our staff. My question has to do with Zonehaven, and I know that right imminently you're going to have that conversation about funding. Could you let us know if you're successful in securing that or not? Because if not, I think I would certainly be curious at finding maybe other creative ways to create that cohesive alert system at the county level if this funding approach doesn't work. So if you could just let us know, that'd be helpful so that we could help perhaps leverage our advocacy or other ways to make sure that that's done for our county and community.
Most certainly, sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Rachel?
Thanks for the presentation, Chief, and also for the great work during the fire again. My question is just around social media and how we push out this information to community members who might not be getting the alerts for a variety of reasons. I think during each of our recent fires, I've had a lot of personal outreach texts, also on social media, and recently from people who don't want to be on various types of social media, like I don't want to go to Nextdoor or Twitter or whatever their social media of kind of disdain of the day is, because there's a lot to dislike in a lot of platforms. So just wondering how we are getting information out in a way that would make it so that somebody who doesn't want to, maybe watch for a certain reporter's tweets doesn't have to get on that social media platform.
It's a great question, and actually, so if we use social media, it's really as an extra tool. We're really trying to direct people to the formal site. So if it's not boulderoem.com, I mean, that's going to be the primary way we're going to get information out to people. So we're not intending the social media platforms to be the primary way where people get their information. We're trying to direct them to the spot where they can get up to date information. So that, I know that causes confusion for people, but we're simply trying to use any and all social media tools as tools to direct them where they can get the real information. And
appreciated, but I think much like with reverse landline calls, this is a way that a lot of people are getting information, sure. whether we prefer it or not. I think that, and especially for people again who aren't necessarily in the zone that would get the alert, but they're wondering, like, is there, like in my case, is my sister's house in the zone, and I didn't get an alert, and then I'm trying to figure out where to go for it. So I think it is helpful to get the information out to people who are watching alongside, and I think social media is a pretty powerful way in this day and age. There's a lot of different platforms kind of to attend to. So just wondering if we have a plan for that. Sounds like maybe not. Or we don't want one.
I apologize, and I know that our Director of Communications is in the room if I say something that is wrong or she wants to add to it. But to the Chief's point, I think we have a variety of platforms that we want to use. We certainly want to send people to the main website, but are leveraging those social media platforms that exist. And frankly, we're also evaluating new social media as that is coming forward, because there are new technology ways, but there are some that have come and gone super quickly and some that are not as vetted. And so the comms team, I know, is taking a look at the variety of new social media opportunities that have cropped up, perhaps as we have seen some of the demise or the lessening of Twitter as that moves forward. But for now, we're trying to use everything possible. I'll also note that we also use Facebook as a tool, and we do that in Spanish and in English. So again, we continue to try to leverage as many social media outlets that are there, and continuing to review new ones as they crop up. Sarah, did I get all that right?
Rachel, do you have anything else?
Oh, I thought I was waiting. I thought Nuri asked someone else a question. Yeah, no, just that, I would hope that there is a way that the city can blast to 12 different social media sites with one click of whatever it is that they want to say, and that we're looking at that. And I'm glad to hear that the city's looking at alternative social media outlets, and maybe getting the word out of where we can find the city of Boulder on those outlets would be helpful. Thanks so much.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks again so much, Chief, for everything. All right, so now it's time for open comment. So I believe we have Brenda Rittenauer to give us our public participation guidelines.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to be here helping host our virtual space for this hybrid meeting. My name is Brenda Rittenauer. I am part of our Communication and Engagement Department. And Emily is going to bring up those slides for me. Thanks, Emily. There we go. So we always like to go over these. We know some of you who are here for open comment tonight, either in person or virtually, may have seen these many times, and we appreciate your patience while we go over them tonight for those who might be less familiar. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision was designed to support the physical and emotional safety of community members, staff, and council, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about how this vision was created, the vision itself, the community engagement process, please visit our website, bouldercolorado.gov. The easiest way is to just type productive atmospheres into the search box. Next slide, please. And the following are some examples of rules of decorum that are found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision and will be upheld during tonight's meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they're commonly known by, and individuals online must display their whole name before being allowed to speak. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. In-person participants are asked to refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally. Traditionally, support is shown silently through American Sign Language applause or jazz hands. Feel free to practice your jazz hands now if you wish. And with that, I think we are ready to begin.
Thanks so much, Brenda. All right, so we're going to go through our 10 in-person speakers first, followed by our 10 virtual persons. I'll read 3 names at a time. You each get 2 minutes to speak. So we've got Anna Stott, Tricia Holland, and Evan Ravitz. Come on down.
Hello, I'm Anna Stott. This is my first time doing it, so is there anything I should start with before I start?
Your name, which you've already done, so go for it.
Cool, yeah. My name is Anna Stott. I use they or she pronouns, and I live in South Boulder currently. I came here today because I mainly just have 2 questions. One being, why is Boulder's drug epidemic not prevalent on this meeting's agenda? And 2, what is the city planning to do to aid the people of Boulder who are struggling with drug addiction? This is Boulder, Colorado. We're at the base of the Rockies. The year is 2023. I hope we would have a community understanding that our justice system has historically perpetuated and continues to perpetuate the oppression of people of color, women, low-income folks, and many other minorities. Substance use affects everyone, not just the people experiencing it. I believe we are in a community or can build a community where we value the health and safety of everyone. People need a safe place to do drugs rather than the public library bathroom or the bus station bathroom. Harm reduction is proven to work. It's pretty easy to find these studies. Let me know if you want me to send you them, if you need them. And it's also not new, harm reduction. It's been around since the 1980s. Substance counselors have stated that folks are 2 times more likely to get addiction treatment if they have access to harm reduction centers. These centers have been shown to reduce consumption, reduce litter associated with consumption, reductions in crime, improvements in neighborhoods, and most importantly, reduce in deaths related to overdose. I believe we should meet people where they're at. Harm reduction benefits both the individual and the community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. I have Tricia Holland, Evan Ravitz, and Christopher Allred.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tricia Holland. I am here to speak tonight to urge City Council to approve the Police Oversight Panel candidates recommended by the Selection Committee. City Council's request on December 15th for the Selection Panel to re-review candidates, assure proper criteria were applied, and provide written explanations was in conflict with the ordinance that states that Selection Panel deliberations should be confidential. Now, due to this delay, the Police Oversight Panel is at risk of losing quorum if the new panelists are not approved, as the terms of several current members expire on February 8th. The Selection Committee and Police Oversight panelists know best who should be on the panel, based on their perspectives, experiences, and expertise. City Council should trust the Selection Committee's recommendations and approve the candidates put forth tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. Now we have Evan Ravitz, Christopher Allred, and Michelle Rodriguez.
I'm waiting for my presentation to go up.
Okay, got it.
Evan Ravitz, North Boulder. NATO says Russia is using winter as a weapon of war against Ukraine. Boulder has used winter as a weapon against the homeless for decades. It works. About 30 currently homeless die every year here at an average age of 50, 30 years younger than the Colorado average. That's 900 years of life wiped out every year here, much because people cannot prepare for winter when they're being evicted every 3 days. Denver Harm Reduction Action Center Director Lisa Rayville told Axios, quote, "A lot of our folks use meth in the winter as a survival method so they can walk around all night and not freeze to death. So the lack of campgrounds promotes meth use, contributing to $250,000 in damage to the library and now the bus station, etc. Aaron and Bob have sat there for 7 years as they died, over 200 people, spending our millions on this war as the problem continues to get worse. Only Nicole and Lauren refused to vote for the latest multi-million-dollar sweeps. Denver has 8 successful legal homeless camps, and crime has gone down in those neighborhoods, according to the Colorado Sun's review of the Denver Police Department data, even as crime increased in Denver overall. Imagine the golden rule works. When you treat people right, they behave you better. Sheriff Pelley and former police chief Greg Testa and the Denver Law School 6 years ago told you repeatedly that criminalization doesn't work, and since then you've wasted another 5 or 10 million of our money.
Thanks, Evan. Now we have Christopher Allred, Michelle Rodriguez, and Stephen Parlato.
Good evening, Council. Chris Allred, commenting on behalf of Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center. Tonight, we're here to present a petition to the Boulder City Council to pass a proclamation supporting the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. There are 150 signatures on this petition, and we raised this with the council last year in 2022, and it was brought up that there is a public engagement process with the council in order to comment on international issues. So we gathered signatures in the community to show that there is interest in moving this forward. And also, in August of 2022, our neighbors in Longmont passed a proclamation supporting the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So there is more solidarity growing throughout the nation and regionally for this treaty. This Sunday, January 22nd, marks the second anniversary of the treaty's entry into force. And nonviolent actions and protests are occurring around the country to commemorate this date and encourage support for a world without nuclear weapons. Over 75 state and local governments, that also includes Denver City Council, who passed a proclamation back in March of 2021, are joining this movement. So we hope Boulder will help lead the way by joining in solidarity. And thank you very much for your time. I'll pass around some copies of the treaty, of the petition for your reference.
Thanks, Chris. If you could leave it over here at the desk, we'll get it from there. Thanks. We have Michelle Rodriguez, Stephen Parlato, and Daniel Berg.
Hi, guys. I'm Michelle Rodriguez. Not really sure what to say tonight, but I'd like to start out with that I've been trying to contact you guys to be heard for the last 6 months. I'm also known as Michelle Rodriguez in the current federal civil lawsuit against Officer Waylon Lolatai. The last couple of times I tried to call and speak, I wasn't able to, so a former clerk, read my part of it, and I requested that my remaining 40 seconds be held in silence, and then they diverted it to our current city attorney now, Ms. Tate, who is a party to my case, who took away that 40 seconds to be heard. Yes, ma'am, check it out. It's on the docket. Michelle Rodriguez versus Waylon Lolatai. Waylon Lolatai was able to quit with a $100,000 a year separation packet the week after I filed my civil lawsuit. All of my, because I've been ignored and I have limitations with being heard and affording the right kind of legal things, all of my statute of limitations are gone. Waylon Lolatai left, but our current attorney here, he was able to get justice for my friend Sammy Lawrence, who was attacked a week after being seen at the courthouse representing me. It's kind of ironic. Tom Carr left shortly after they addressed my motion for summary judgment. Many of these officers sitting here are very familiar with me. They all know me by first name basis. I was tackled out front the Muni building on my 50th birthday of 2018 and chemically sedated at the suggestion of their former officer, Kevin Marples, who's also the City of Boulder's IT representative. Ms. Tate, you overstepped your boundaries when you silenced my silent moment, and I felt so offended by it. There are no racial equity. There's been no racial equity. Chief Harold.
Michelle, your time's up. Thank you for your testimony. We have Stephen Parlato, Daniel Berg, and Jude Landsman.
Good evening. Higher and higher in the widening gyre, the falcon can no longer hear the falconeer. These words from the William Butler Yeats prophetic poem, The Second Coming, perfectly presage our moment in time as pertains to the advances, if one could use that term, in the technologies of mass destruction. The advent of supersonic delivery of missiles, the advent of battlefield nukes that can be shot from shoulder harnessed launchers. Both indicate that we're at a point in which there is no real control once a conflict uses one of these weapons, whether it be a hydrogen bomb that is supersonically delivered within seconds around the globe, and the retaliatory responses and the time necessary to respond, or the advent that hangs over our head quite clearly at the moment of using a battlefield nuclear weapon, such as been threatened by Putin in this Russian-Ukraine conflict, that there would be a very difficult moment in trying to contain
Stephen,
the conflict.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. And folks with the sign, I really appreciate your passion on this issue. If you could stand in such a way so that folks' view is not obstructed while holding the sign maybe on the side, we'd appreciate it so everyone has an equal chance to participate in the meeting here tonight. Next we have Daniel Berg, Jude Landsman, and Christian Kerr.
Someone's phone? Good evening, Daniel Berg, 1805 33rd Street. I'm a member of the Boulder Police Officers Association. The BPOA represents the sworn members of the Boulder Police Department. Our members are city employees whose actions may be reviewed by the Police Oversight Panel. I would like to recognize other members of the BPOA who have come here tonight on our own time in support of our collective position regarding the recent Police Oversight Panel Selection Subcommittee's blatant noncompliance with BRC 2116. The members of the BPOA have serious concerns about the subcommittee's lack of transparency and disregard for the provisions of BRC 2116. These concerns were memorialized in a letter sent to Council yesterday, but we believe it bears repeating in this public session. On December 15th of last year, this Council took notice of the Selection Subcommittee's failure to comply with the requirements of 2116. The Council directed the subcommittee to review all candidates for the Police Oversight Panel with the requirements of this ordinance in mind, and to include written explanations of the steps taken in choosing new members before bringing any recommendations back to the Council. At that same Council meeting, the City Attorney commented that in reading the subcommittee's criteria for selection, she did not, quote, hear all the criteria reflected that are in the code and heard criteria reflected that are not in the code, end quote. To date, the documentation provided by the Selection Subcommittee has provided no such explanation as to how their decision complies with the city ordinance and thus remains in violation of BRC 2116. The members of the Boulder Police Officers Association request that Council remove item 3A from the consent agenda and insist that the Selection Subcommittee comply with your previous direction given in the December 15th Council session to ensure full compliance with BRC 2116. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Now we have Jude Landsman, Christian Kerr, and Darren O'Connor.
Greetings, City Council. My name is Jude Landsman. I'm a Vice President of NAACP Boulder County and the organization's representative to the Police Oversight Panelist Selection Committee. Citizen police oversight is as necessary in 2023 as it was when called for in 2019. Boulder seemingly did the right thing in 2019. However, since that day, the city has consistently subverted the process, constraining oversight panelists, minimizing the mission of police accountability, providing an ordinance that conveniently lacked an appeals process, providing legal advice from city attorneys pledged to defend the police union and its officers, appointing a police monitor who never once met with community groups in 2 years. City staff and City Council showed a contempt for community input in decision-making by questioning oversight panel selection members on their choice of panelists, walking a thin ethical line with the city's own ordinance stating that the panel selection deliberations are confidential. The packet produced to us of negative comments against a selected panelist revealed a naked bias against police oversight in general. Respect our input in the decision-making process. Let police oversight do the job of ensuring accountability of misconduct, excessive force, and by directing the monitor to investigate better methods for policing in our community. Asking for community feedback is an empty gesture when that feedback is not incorporated into policy. The panelist selection committee is a rare community entity invested with the power to make decisions. How sad and telling that City Council saw fit to question our competence and not their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. We have Christian Kerr and Darren O'Connor.
Good evening, Christian Kerr. I'm here to talk about the Police Oversight Panel. The real reason I'm here is because I care about this community. I care about law and order, I care about good government, and I care about police accountability. We have a good police force, and we have an active and engaged citizenry. Both are required to promote positive outcomes for the most vulnerable among us. Now onto the selection committee. The language of your ordinance is crystal clear. Under Ordinance 8430, Section 1, members of the police panel shall demonstrate an absence of any real or perceived bias, prejudice, or conflict of interest. There are at least 2 candidates for the POP who support abolishing and defunding the police, and both candidates frequently use incendiary anti-police language on their social media accounts. Here's a quote from a great American poet, Maya Angelou: "When someone shows you who they are, believe them." As you are also aware, BVSD School Board Vice President Lisa Moran Sweeney is currently suing Boulder's Chief of Police for enforcing our laws, for doing her job. No matter how many ways some of you try to parse or lawyer this, it is painfully obvious to the citizens whom you are here to represent that something is off. Perhaps you would explain to us that words do not, in fact, matter when it comes to a few highly political personalities in town. People are starting to pay attention, and people are paying attention because they don't trust you anymore, because some of you do things like install cronies with suspect notions about abolishing or antagonizing the police will somehow create a better social justice environment. While political activists absolutely do have a vital role in society, and I have no ill will toward either of the proposed panelists as individuals, an activism that is incendiary and antagonistic in a body that is created to provide oversight and accountability will yield acrimony and discord. Please do not seat panelists who will effectively delegitimize this important body.
Thank you for your testimony. Darren O'Connor.
Good evening, Council. Darren O'Connor. I'm here to speak tonight on behalf of the NAACP regarding the selection of new police oversight panel members, which was supposed to be done in December, but your failure to vote on the candidates put forward tonight will likely halt the actions of the POP due to a lack of quorum. This cannot be. Council requested information from the selection panel about their deliberations and sent numerous communications from community members, probably like Mr. Kerr, including from people who are against even the existence of the police oversight panel. You did so ostensibly to weed out bias, but the very communications shared were full of bias for the police. The selection panel's deliberations are confidential, and you violated BRC Section 2-11-6A5 when you instructed the selection panel to provide you with explanations about their efforts in writing. Police oversight in Boulder came about when BPD officers Smiley and roughly 10 other officers detained and threatened a black man in violation of BPD's policy and the constitutional right to be protected against free of unlawful seizures. Council took the matter seriously then, agreeing to implement community oversight of the police. The task force that wrote the ordinance was largely made up of community members, and a police union representative and a BPD officer got to attend those task force meetings, but they did not get to vote. The union should not get a say in this. But now even our deputy chief and our chief of police are apparently attempting to interfere with the independence of the POP, with Chief Harold recently quoted stating, "The panel's role is not to look at policing in a systemic way." Chief Harold should also read the ordinance, Section 2-11-7E, which is directly counter to her statement. And tonight, you should vote yes on all of the candidates recommended to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. All right, we're going to go to our remote speakers now, and I'll just note that there is one call-in person that we've not been able to validate their name. If you can dial *9 if you're a call-in person to verify that you are actually registered, and we'll get to you at the end of the list. So our first three virtual panelists our speakers are Hannah Lowe, Emily Reynolds, and Michael Parrish.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah Lau. I am a public health nurse. I've been a nurse since 2015, and I've worked in a variety of settings, including geriatric primary care, hospice, and maternal and child home visitation, also in school health. So I come to this with a public health orientation and a harm reduction orientation. And also, I am just a huge proponent of libraries. I actually come from 2 generations of librarians above me. My great-grandfather and my grandmother were librarians, and I really truly believe that libraries are one of the greatest assets of organized modern society. So I'm a huge fan of everything related to libraries. And as such, I really believe that one of the core purposes of libraries is to provide a resource to all members of our community, to our homeless neighbors, to people from all generations, children, elders, disabled people. And so I was very concerned to learn that the Boulder Public Library has no publicly accessible bathrooms. This is a huge disability rights issue because children, elders, homeless people, and disabled people with conditions such as GI problems or urinary frequency, different types of issues, need access to the bathrooms in order to be safe and be comfortable and have good quality of life. And so I was quite shocked to learn that the Boulder Public Library spent $125,000 on remediation of the meth issue without actually providing access to the bathroom. So I'm concerned that the Boulder Public Library is non-compliant with Americans with Disabilities Act law. And I really don't want to be the kind of person that would threaten the Boulder Public Library with an ADA lawsuit, but
Hannah,
really
your
believe
time is up, but
this
thank you for your testimony. Okay, so next we have Emily Reynolds, Michael Parrish, and Patrick O'Rourke.
Thank you. Emily Reynolds. Good evening, Council. Evidence of bias against law enforcement is everywhere, with 2 candidates for the Police Oversight Panel, Lisa Sweeney Moran and Sam Chang. How could it possibly be that 2 candidates with obvious, freely stated prejudices against law enforcement are being considered for this panel? How about people with objectivity and common sense? I thought the panel was supposed to be free of bias. Really, why would you deliberately put cop haters on the oversight panel? Except for the obvious bias of the selection committee, there is now just you to decide between appointing cop haters or appointing level-headed people without extreme activist agendas. Sweeney Moran is going to stop suing the city as soon as you appoint her? Manipulation much? Laughable. Don't fall for another meaningless promise from another pretend progressive. If you prefer an ineffective police force and lawlessness, vote the panel in. If you prefer a more nuanced, neutral approach, start over and don't let the local NAACP and ACLU make the decision for you. I'm not in favor of abolishing the police in Boulder, lessening their funds, or otherwise limiting their effectiveness. I'm not in favor of appointing a board-hopping pretend progressive to yet another board and position of influence within city government. I am not in favor of the NAACP or the ACLU having any direct input whatsoever on city business and appointments. Sweeney Moran seems to hate cops and twits frequently about abolishing or countering their effectiveness. On October 6th, you heard public feedback about public safety.
Emily, your time is up, but thank you for your testimony.
very much.
Now we have Michael Parrish, Patrick O'Rourke, and Eric Budd.
Hello, my name is Michael Parrish. I'm here to urge council to approve the police oversight panel subcommittee recommendations, including the full slate, including the two folks who have been kind of dragged through the dirt here. The selection committee, the NAACP, Amistad, all of these groups that are supposed to make this selection have reaffirmed their choices. They've reaffirmed them again at the request of council, and all of the requirements for the candidates have found to be met. I would say that trying to find people without bias in any way in terms of policing, you will find quite a few folks who are very pro-police in that regard. And so the idea of finding folks without bias seems a bit silly to me. But I just also want to reiterate that the police oversight panel should be treated with the respect and that their decisions and selections are independent. City council should move forward so that they don't lack a quorum and continue to do the good work that they were assigned to do. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. I have Patrick O'Rourke, Eric Budd, and Doug Hamilton.
Patrick, you should be able to unmute now.
I thought I already. Good evening. I'm Patrick O'Rourke, Vice President and Preservation Chair for Historic Boulder. Historic Boulder is celebrating our 50th anniversary of educating, navigating, and protecting Boulder's built past. Since 1972, Historic Boulder has been at the voice of advocacy for historic properties throughout our city. Imagine Boulder without the Pearl District, or the Pearl Street Mall, the Mapleton Historic District, the Boulderado Hotel, the Highland Club, or even the Boulder Theater. These are just to name a few of the projects that we've been very active in. So what I'm inviting all the city council members and members of our community to our event on February 10th, and looking forward to seeing you there. February 8th through the 10th, Boulder is also hosting the Colorado Preservation Inc.'s conference on saving places. It's the first time in 25 years that Colorado Preservation has selected Boulder to hold these conferences, and I'm hoping you might have a moment or two to visit us. I wanted to take a minute to note a couple of our open projects that we have going on right now. We're very active in the Boulder Theater facade, and we've just been approved a grant, and we're looking forward to getting that project finished. I'm hoping you're familiar with the 9 mile markers over on 287 in Arapahoe. Project was built there, and it's in jeopardy of getting in jeopardy. And the last one, and I'm out of time, is the Tommy Jones Stagecoach Stop, which is in Boulder County. And that's a project that is what we call demolishment by neglect. Anyhow, thank you for your time, and we're hoping to see you at our Historic Boulder Gala. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. We have a question for you.
Yes, and I apologize. I think you may have just said it at the end, Patrick. What is the event on the 10th? Where?
It's at the Boulderado Hotel. It's the 50th anniversary gala for Historic Boulder.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Thanks for clarifying that. Great. Now we have Eric Budd, Doug Hamilton, and Travis Cully.
Hello, Council. Eric Budd, I live in Boulder. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am asking Council to approve the applicants to the Police Oversight Panel tonight. You've asked the Selection Committee to give you their recommendations, and they did. They reaffirmed those selections on 2 occasions now over the past month. We've reached the point at which the Council must vote. The charter of the Police Oversight Panel requires you to seat the POP tonight. The charter requires that POP has a quorum, and doing anything other than voting to approve the POP Selection Committee's selections and allowing the POP to move forward with its work is an abdication of your duties and a failure of Council to perform its legal work. Private citizens and groups cannot stop the work of Council. This is your duty. If you do not make these selections tonight, this process could drag out for months or a year. The Council has the legal obligation from Ordinance 8430, which reads, A motion to approve the proposed candidates shall be placed on the council's consent agenda. Council will approve or reject the appointments by majority vote. The council needs to take a final action tonight and allow the important work of the police oversight panel to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Doug Hamilton, then Travis Cully, and then the next three names aren't present in the meeting: William McGrew, Jennifer Rhodes, and Catherine Haug, but we do have one call-in person, so I'll turn to them after Travis. So, Doug.
Hello, my name is Doug Hamilton. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. First, I read the reporting about the police oversight panel selection, and it's important to me that the City Council follows the guidance of the groups it's selected to appoint panelists for that panel. They are both great candidates. Don't let yourselves be intimidated by a few people with extreme views, and don't be intimidated to let the police handpick their oversight members. Let's not forget why this panel was formed. It's a gift that the city can benefit from the guidance of members of the NAACP and Amistad, groups who represent folks in our communities that you probably rarely hear from in emails and at this podium. Please think carefully about who isn't represented here week in and week out. It's exactly why you appointed groups who represent folks most directly impacted to advise on who should be on this panel. But the second issue I want to talk about is, it's my understanding that there's a city department tasked with cleaning up the garbage in public spaces. With the garbage piling up at the band shell, I have to ask where these workers are and why they plan, what the plan is for addressing that space. This work can't be done by volunteer aid organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Now, Travis Cully.
Hi, good evening, Council. Shalom Aleichem. Can you hear me?
Yes.
A nuclear weapons ban is warranted. We have the very definition of a nuclear disaster sitting right in our backyard. Rocky Flats sits on the boundary of Boulder and Jefferson counties. So, Chief Oliver and Director Chard, this message is also for you. If Boulder residents are allowed onto the Rocky Flats Wildlife Refuge, who will prevent them from contaminating their own homes as a result of their visit, taking gravel or rocks off of the wildlife refuge site? No one. Why no one? Because HB 1389 was blocked by the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council at the very inception of that organization in the summer of 2006. This council is consistent only in putting our counties at risk. It is possible, I think probable, that the Marshall Fire was the result of the automatic combustion of recently unearthed contaminants going subcritical off-site in the Chinook winds. These united into an inferno, the previously contaminated soil and sediment around Marshall Lake and Marshall landfill, which has been there from decades past. The EPA has acknowledged the existence of a hotspot at Marshall Lake and Marshall landfill, pardon me. This was a reportable condition until long after the fire. I don't know why this was not accounted for in the learning analysis. The county line is an object of administrative confusion. This is why the empty seat at the director's table of the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council requires a nuanced and strategic approach. Thank you all.
Thank you, Travis. Now we're going to go to our call-in person, our person on the phone.
Yes, and I am giving you permission to speak. You will need to press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is William McGrew, and I am speaking in favor of approving the selections for the police oversight panel. And I don't have too much more to add from what everyone else has said. The panel has been affirmed, it's been affirmed again, and approving the panel is simply the right thing to do. And I trust and hope that City Council will move forward and approve the panel so that they can get to the really crucial and important work of overseeing the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William. And our last two speakers are Jennifer Rhodes and Catherine Haug. We are not seeing them online, but do we have somebody in person? Okay, very good.
I had a sick kid, but she's no longer sick.
I'm glad to hear that.
My name is Jennifer Rhodes. I'm part of a parent group advocating for safe zones around schools. There are major safety concerns in the city of Boulder requiring good policing, not less police presence. Assault, theft, vandalism, meth in libraries and public bathrooms, and a near child death related to that child being given drugs on the street near her school. There's a known relationship between addiction and violence. Violence will rise as the meth crisis continues. Parents feel that the city is not doing enough to protect our kids. Having a police oversight panel filled with police antagonists and abolitionists not only is in direct violation of your ordinance, but will further provoke and agitate the parents of this community. We are in favor of a thoughtful police reform and want an oversight panel. But placing members on this panel who have strong negative bias towards the police and conflicts of interest will not be in the best interest of the panel's mission. If you value the opinions of far-left activists over the opinion of an experienced chief of police, you send a clear message that pacifying activists is more important than actually living up to the agreed membership standards of the panel. If you insist on having Sweeney, Moran, and Zhang, you should also include current and former police officers on the panel to provide a balanced view. Under the ordinance, council is responsible for approving the panel as presented to you by the selection committee. If you abstain because you are friends with a candidate or you don't believe council should be voting on this for independence reasons, you are failing us as an elected official and not adhering to the laws that govern the formation of this panel. This is your job. Vote. Go on the record for having an opinion because you represent this city and we want to know where you stand. Our group filed a formal complaint today with the city in response to the violation of Ordinance 8430 by the city. So Section 211.6 of that law establishes mandatory minimum qualifications for panel membership. The committee disregarded legal requirements and has violated its legal and ethical responsibilities to serve the public interest, foster public trust, protect the integrity of the city government, and conduct themselves with the highest ethical standards. We have lost faith in your capacity to act reasonably. Please change our minds.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I understand Catherine Haug is now present online. If we can go to Catherine.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your work. I echo what others are saying about the police oversight panel, that there are at least two people on this panel who absolutely have shown bias. They've proven their bias against the police. They're very anti-police. They're not going to contribute in a meaningful, neutral way to progress our city forward. I'm worried about the state of our police department to begin with. We've lost officers. We're gaining so few in return. We have more cops doing overtime, even mandatory overtime, just to cover their bases. They deal with unsafe conditions every single day. They're accosted, threatened. They deal with so much. We have an excellent police department. We cannot lose more. We need to support them. And yes, of course we need accountability when something goes awry. Absolutely we need that. And I don't know anyone who doesn't agree with that. My son is going to be at Boulder High School next year. I talked to so many parents. We want more patrol around the school. It's absolutely ludicrous the kinds of interactions some of these kids are having with folks offering drugs, trying to sell drugs to them outside the school. This kinds of stuff that go on shouldn't. The police department, they're so stretched thin, they can't help us by patrolling more. They're all over the place with so few of them. We need, if we're going to have oversight, it needs to be neutral, balanced, and again, I don't know anyone who doesn't want accountability, but let's support our police department and recruit more talent to our force. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. So that brings us to the end of our open comment speakers. I'll turn to staff to see if there are any responses.
Thank you so much, Mayor. As always, we appreciate the input of our community, a very passionate community. I did want to clarify something. There was a virtual caller who wondered if we had ADA access in the libraries, and I just wanted to confirm that we have taken reasonable steps. We are providing ADA accommodations so that we can comply with the law, but appreciate folks being thoughtful and concerned about it.
Specifically, ADA access to bathrooms for folks
Yes.
who require them because of disability reasons.
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Teresa, did you have anything?
Council, I wanted to update you on the Rodriguez litigation, just very briefly. To be clear, I'm counsel of record, not a party to the action. If I were a party to the action, I could not represent the city. So I am counsel of record. The status of the case is that the city and all officers were dismissed from the case on summary judgment. That happened quite some time ago. There is ongoing conversation between Ms. Rodriguez, this is all public record, between Ms. Rodriguez and the federal court about naming unknown paramedic defendants. The court has granted leave for that to happen. I believe the date for that to happen has come and gone. But the city is no longer involved in this litigation.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Any questions or comments from council? Tara?
In regards to the community member who mentioned the band shell, do we have an update on that?
I'll say that just yesterday I met with the team who's working to put a plan together, and as we talk about the bench, I'll say there are other areas in the city that need attention. So as we continue to do that work, we will keep you updated.
Great. Junie?
Thank you. I just have either question for you, Mayor, or for or city attorney. My understanding is that we cannot sign on to any type of international issues such as the conversation about the treaties. I know that I've received some of these emails as well, so I just wanted you to clarify, or the city attorney.
I think we have to follow a certain process, and maybe Teresa, you could clarify. It's in our rules and procedures if we wanted to take something like that up.
Yes, Mayor, that's accurate. I'm pulling it up now.
Thanks for following up on that, Junie. We'll get an answer in a second. This is called putting you on the spot.
Yeah. Almost there. Okay. Yes, Mayor, this is in the council procedure. Under Section 15, Declarations and Resolution, Item F, which provides that foreign policy and national policy questions, the council shall not act on a foreign policy or national policy issue on which no prior official city policy has been established by the council or the people, unless sufficient time and resources can be allocated to assure a full presentation of the issue. It did come to my attention after the last time this issue was raised that Boulder, some years ago, did address nuclear threats, and so it certainly, I think, would be possible for staff to do some legislative history research and revive some of that, if that was the direction of council.
Great. Well, I don't think we can do that right after open comment, but I'd be interested in hearing more about that. Thanks for that. Jane, yeah, Nicole.
I just wanted to ask a follow-up on that point. I think we're having a legislative policy discussion, and I don't know if that is anything that could kind of come up in the context of that discussion as it relates to federal policy. I don't know, but just a thought of something that we may be able to think about then.
We could get in touch with Carl Castillo, our policy advisor, and ask
Happy to do that.
Okay, great. Anything else? All right, seeing none, thanks everyone for coming and speaking to us tonight. And so now, Alicia, can we move to our consent agenda, please?
Yes, sir. Our consent agenda is item number 3 for tonight. It consists of items A through E.
Okay, very good.
Good evening, Council, if I may. Someone alluded to this, but we did receive today a code of conduct complaint which is authorized under Chapter 2-11 of the Boulder Revised Code. That complaint is by an individual, not a group. It is signed on behalf of an individual, as would be required by the code. That complaint meets the surface requirements for launching an official process. And so I introduced this information to you because it bears on consent agenda item 3A pertaining to the appointment of police oversight panel members. Specifically, this code of conduct complaint alleges that the selection committee violated the code of conduct in its actions in reviewing candidates and in putting forward a slate of candidates. There is a formal process to move forward with that. That process, because this is a complaint by a resident, that process then would be for the city council to take the official action to refer that matter for investigation to the city attorney or to outside special counsel under a certain set of circumstances. That referral is not before you tonight. However, I would recommend that in the interest of expediency, that council consider turning the beginning of next week's study session into a special meeting so that council could take official action to designate that appointment and direct the fact that the investigation is to occur. I say all of that because certainly a pending complaint is something that you should know about and have in mind as you consider whether to move forward with the appointment of candidates this evening, or whether you would prefer to wait for a determination.
Thanks. I got Junie's hand, and then I have a couple follow-up questions.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is very complicated. Thank you. My question is, you just mentioned the complaint, and you mentioned, well, we can wait to go with this consent agenda item. So is our vote independent of this complaint, or is it? I just needed some clarity. Does that make sense? Meaning that, can we vote and still go through the process, as you mentioned, next week we could still have turn that council meeting into this process discussion around this particular issue, or do we have to wait? So are these two things independent or not?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Joseph. I understand your question now. So the code of conduct complaint no action on that is in any way dependent on whether this council moves forward with this vote tonight. Moreover, the council's role is purely ministerial. In the code of conduct complaint, the council is, under our code, is not invited to weigh in. Rather, they shall direct the city attorney or special counsel to conduct an investigation that then has some specific parameters and requirements with respect to what is produced because of that investigation, and that would all be public. The report coming out of that.
Thanks. So got a couple questions for you, Teresa. The first one is, I don't think I've been through this process before, at least not recently. So could you give us a quick overview of the steps that would be involved in this investigation, this complaint, and a rough time frame under which that would take place?
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that, Mayor and members of council. So I'm looking at Title 2, Chapter 7. And in particular, I'm looking at Section 10, which governs enforcement. That tells us that complaints can be initiated. And here I'm going to rather than going through steps of the process that are not relevant, I'm going to limit the discussion to what pertains to this particular complaint. So they can be initiated by a resident. That is accomplished by filing a sworn statement with the city clerk, setting forth the facts, which, if true, would constitute a violation of a provision of the Code of Conduct chapter. That complaint has been received. There was a sworn statement. Next, investigation. So, in all cases except a complaint by a city employee, the city council shall request a city attorney to conduct an investigation regarding a violation of this chapter. It goes on to tell us that in certain circumstances, the city attorney could request a special counsel appointment. The investigation then is to be conducted. There is not a procedure laid out in our code for that investigation. Certainly you could understand that that's a fact by a case-by-case basis, right? But so an investigation that would shed light on whether the facts asserted are true, and if they are true, does that constitute a violation of the Code of Conduct? A resulting written finding of fact and conclusion of law is required, and it's required that that be public upon its completion. As to timeline, it's a little bit hard to say because each investigation is unique. The first step would be for council to take that formal action of ordering. That's not quite the right word, but the investigation. Depending on how in-depth such an investigation is, it could be accomplished in a number of weeks. In my opinion, based on a very cursory assessment of this, I would expect that this investigation could be concluded in a number of weeks, if perhaps within a month.
So by number, you mean a handful, like a small number of weeks, not 27, but weeks to a month?
I meant the number of weeks as the smaller of up to a month.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So that's helpful to understand a little bit more about how that would work. And then, so Teresa, this is last minute information for us, a complicated situation, hard to know how to proceed. As the city attorney, what would be your recommendation with the facts in front of us tonight on a next step to take?
Certainly, council has a variety of options in front of it. Council could proceed with a vote, knowing that the investigation may or may not reveal information that bears on this. It's important for us to know that this is all at this point, all we've got is we've received a complaint. There is absolutely no determination of what the results of that complaint or investigation might be. Lawyers tend to advise caution, and here the cautious and conservative approach would be to postpone.
Okay, thanks for that. Other questions? Got Nicole?
I just had a question about next steps. So how, if a violation is found to have merit, how does it impact what happens? So let's say we vote tonight, the panelists are appointed, they start meeting, and then a violation is found. What happens?
Yeah, I certainly understand the question, Councilmember Spear, and I believe that the answer depends a lot on what is found, right? What specifically is found, and so it's very hard for me to speculate about the wide breadth of possibilities that could be involved, right? From discovering a fact that has no direct impact. Well, first of all, discovering that indeed there's no violation at all whatsoever, right? if there's a violation, it could be that it doesn't have a particular impact on the recommendation, or it could have a really significant impact on the recommendation, and could go so far as to reveal evidence that the recommendations are somehow legally flawed. Hard to speculate at this point about without. We're simply too early in the process.
Rachel, and then we got Junie and then Matt.
Thanks, Teresa. I just wanted to make sure I follow a couple of things here. Did you tell us what is the gist of the complaint? Are you allowed to say that?
Yes, absolutely. The complaint is public. And I'm sorry, if you'll give me just a moment. Thanks for giving me that moment so I could pull it up in front of me. So the complaint alleges that the selection panel failed to comply with the Boulder Revised Code and the applicable ordinances govern qualifications of panel members by specifically disregarding the requirement that that the candidate not have any real or perceived bias, prejudice, or conflict of interest, and that also by not meeting the criteria that the candidate has the ability to build working relationships and communicate effectively with diverse groups.
Thank you. That's helpful context. And then you said that the way we'll kick this off is City Council would need to order an investigation, or that we could order an investigation. Are there other options? What if we just don't order that?
No, the code,
I just want to understand. Thanks.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you. The code requires that council shall. It's not discretionary.
Okay, thanks.
Is that it, Rachel?
That's all my questions.
Okay, Junie, then Matt.
Can I make comments or is it?
Let's do questions and then we'll go to comments. Is that all right?
Thank you.
Okay. Matt, did you have a question?
Thanks, Aaron. Teresa, thank you for walking us through this, as it is delicate, to say the least. My question kind of maybe is a tangent or refinement from where Nicole was touching on a little bit. So, if we were to approve the candidates, do we risk the work of the oversight panel? Is that work in jeopardy if the investigation were to find that there was a violation in that period, in which case it would sort of nullify or undo the work of the oversight panel in that time frame? And I'm just I'm concerned. I'm just worried about how does it slide us backwards, or what does that do in that intervening time?
I understand your question, council member, and I'd be happy to provide that legal advice offline.
Okay, that's a legal advice question. Sorry, I didn't know if it was a general.
No, that's okay.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions? Nicole. Right, or do you have a question now? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of a process, and who's available. I believe we have a member of the selection committee here tonight, and I am just wondering if they're not. Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if there's a possibility of.
I should have let you finish your thought before.
Yeah. No, sorry. No, I see from your expression that no, that is.
It would not be appropriate for this council to ask questions that would go to the investigation of a selection committee member. If the council decides to deliberate on the appointment of nominees, certainly the selection committee would be important in those deliberations.
Ginny, question?
Thank you. Is there anyone here, such as Amy Kane, who can respond to what is going on with the panel right now? Are they meeting? And my understanding from a few comments that were made earlier that the fact that this process has taken so long and that's taken away from their work because they're missing 2 members.
I'm glad that you raised that, and I do think that Amy is probably available online, but it does bring to mind something that came up in public comment that I wanted to address. Under the code, it is permissible for police oversight panel members whose term has expired to remain on the panel until their replacement is appointed. That is at their discretion, right? We don't force people to serve, but they could serve. And so that's just information I wanted the council to have.
And we do have Amy present. She's got her hand raised. So Amy, did you want to speak to this?
Sure, thank you. I'm homesick. Thank you, council, for having this conversation. So I won't be turning on my camera this evening, but.
And Amy, if you can just introduce yourself, please.
I'm so sorry. My name is Amy Kane. I'm the equity officer for the city of Boulder, and I help lead the work of the police oversight panel. So if the group does not select the panelists that have been put forth before council in this iteration, we will not be able to meet quorum if the 2 current panelists who are going off the panel on February 8th decide that they don't want to continue on, then the work of the panel will be stifled.
Just follow, Amy, if those panelists did decide to stay on, would there be a quorum?
There would be a quorum, yes. I'm not, again, like Teresa said, we can't guarantee that they would be willing to do that.
Understood.
We do have a co-chair in the room present, Daniel Leonard. If it's appropriate for him to also answer, he might have a better perspective on the viewpoints of those 2 panel members.
I'm getting shaken heads from.
And not because we don't appreciate
Yeah,
Daniel. I
which
don't
we
see
do
him in the
very
room
much.
because we do. Well, there he is.
There he is. Yeah, we appreciate the work very much.
But I do think that we should ask the members directly as to what they would wish to do or not do. I think we should honor their own individual wishes.
Fair. Thanks for that, Amy, and we do hope that you improve very soon. You feel better soon.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Council. Thanks, Mayor Brockett.
Any other questions? Yeah, Nicole, question?
So I have a process question, again, and I'm not advocating for this, and I'm wondering if it is possible to go candidate by candidate through the slate. I am deeply concerned about halting the work. I'm also concerned about some other stuff that I'll talk to later, but I'm wondering if that's a possibility.
Well, I guess I might say from a process perspective, what I was going to say after questions are done, is to say, so we're at the on the consent agenda here. Actually, do you mind if I just pause? I just heard, would this be appropriate? I just heard that one of the potentially continuing members is present.
Yes, I just saw one of the members who would be coming off the panel, and I just wanted to alert council that she is present in the room.
Are we allowed to check in? Well, let's come. I'm going to come back to that. Thank you for being present and letting us know about that. But I don't want to put people on the spot. So what I'd suggest is, we need to determine a path forward here for 3A about the appointments for the police oversight panel, and that path forward could be, a discussion, a vote. It could be a motion to continue this until the complaint is resolved, and so I guess or some third course that somebody could propose, and so I guess it would be helpful to me to understand what the will of council is in terms of next steps about whether we are going to a vote or whether someone might want to consider the postponement as Teresa has potentially has recommended. So. That's what I would like to hear from council about, and maybe relatively. Yeah, go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, to me, what we heard about the nature of the complaint, it seems to be focused around pretty much exactly the same decision that we're making tonight, whether we believe there was bias in the process, or the police oversight panel did what the ordinance states. So I would prefer to move forward with the vote tonight, because I don't really see much of a difference in the process either way.
Okay, thanks. I thought I saw a hand over here. Lauren.
If the investigation into the code of conduct complaint did find an infraction of some kind, would that likely overturn all of the appointments, or do you see that as being likely to be restricted to just a couple or fewer?
Council member, it would very much depend on the findings, right? If the findings were that criteria wasn't applied with respect to a particular applicant, then that would apply to that applicant. If it were to find that the criteria was not applied to any applicant, that would seem to impact the entire slate, including those who have not been recommended. And if it were to find that the criteria had been applied equally to all applicants, then it would have no effect.
Thank you.
Other thoughts? Gosh, people are being shy. Mark?
I know we don't often want to be cautious in our proceedings, but I think this might be an appropriate time to do it if we can establish a quorum so that the POP can continue operation during the pendency of the matter. It's not that we're not going to get to it. We are going to get to it. It's just a question of when we get to it, and it seems to me to be a little bit counterproductive to move forward and be at risk of having our decisions overturned along with the actions of the selection committee. But it doesn't mean that we're not going to have that vote on the candidates proposed. It's just that it seems to me to make a little more sense to attempt to keep a quorum in place and be a little more cautious.
Bob?
So I want to build on Mark's good suggestion there. And since Teresa just recommended that we turn the study session next week into a special meeting and do as sounds like we're required to do anyway, and that is direct an investigation of the complaint, perhaps we could continue this matter for 1 week, because we're going to have a special meeting on this anyway. That'll give Amy or whoever is going to make the request an opportunity to sit down with those two oversight panel members to see if they would be willing to continue their terms. If they are, then it would seem that we could have the investigation go forward and hopefully be wrapped up in the time frame that Teresa suggested. If they're not, then we can revisit this next week, because we have to talk about this next week anyway.
Okay. Suggestion on the table. Other thoughts? Yep. Judy?
I have a question. I am more, again, this is very hard decision to make tonight, but is there any history or precedence of someone sending a complaint and we halt council decisions to go over a process? Is this something that has happened before on, maybe not on this exact issue, but something similar or comparable?
Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this news was as last minute for me as it is for you. And so I have asked my office to conduct some research about history here. And I don't yet know the history of that. I don't know. The people that I consulted with who have been in my office a long time are not aware of a similar complaint against sort of a board, commission, task force, other body, comprised under the authority of council. So I suspect this is unprecedented.
Okay. I've got Rachel's hand up.
I'm just going to share some pros and cons that I see. I think that a big con to not moving forward tonight is that, this has already been such a bad process, and the process was set up poorly, which is why most of you and apparently some public speakers are aware that I am inclined to abstain in line with what I said in 2020 about this process being so potentially rife with politicization, and that's exactly what we're seeing playing out. So I'm disinclined to like stall this and delay it and put these potential panelists and the current panel through delays and more kind of drama around this. On the other hand, we have heard a lot from a lot of community members that they are concerned about bias, and I could see a potential pro here being that someone potentially, I would hope, neutral and objective can just weigh in and tell us this complaint says that there's evidence of bias, I guess, if I'm hearing city attorney correctly. And if that's not substantiated, then it makes our decision a lot cleaner, and this the seated oversight panel can move forward without that sort of cloud over their head. So just sharing those thoughts.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'll call on myself. Actually, I think my thought is similar to Rachel's on both the pros and the cons here. I was ready to move forward and get this done tonight, but I appreciate Teresa's advice here, because I would hate to proceed and then have a cloud and then have things potentially go badly in the future. And to Rachel's point, once we get a judgment on this, I think we could proceed probably free and clear with these selections potentially. So I'm reluctantly willing to postpone for now, but with the intention of coming back soon and hearing from Teresa that the time frame for this is not a long time frame, as I think we owe it to the community, the panel, and everyone involved to get this done before too much longer. But I would probably go with postponing it for tonight to get this resolved. Matt, and then Nicole.
Appreciate the thoughts, for sure. This is not easy. And thank you, Teresa, for walking us through this again, sort of in real time, since this all sort of fell in our laps right before we ate dinner. I think that there's appropriateness in heeding some of the caution from Teresa, but I think it's important to think about having that opportunity that there could still maintain a quorum. This work is really important to continue to do. And so I think for me, if there's an opportunity to continue the work, then I think we allow that opportunity to go to work, and hopefully the current folks would be willing to do that for a relatively finite and short period of time, hopefully, if it's somewhere close to Teresa's guesstimate. I think that's a reasonable thing. And then we can address this sort of free and clear. I think, the mayor's assessment is a poignant and thoughtful one, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thanks. Got Nicole, Tara. Oh, Teresa. Let's do Teresa first, if you don't mind.
Because it's my night to be the bearer of bad news over and over again. There is a question about this quorum issue. When I look at the code, boards, commissions, task force, other similarly situated bodies state in the code what constitutes a quorum. The police oversight panel does not have such a provision in their ordinance. Typically, under Robert's rules, a quorum would be half plus one. What I have not had time to look into and do not know tonight is when there are vacant or unfilled seats, does that impact what constitutes a quorum? And so I want you to have that information as you're thinking about whether a quorum is present or not. I think it's an unanswered question as of tonight.
So we'll learn more about that. But would it not be the case that if it did impact it, it would lower the number of people required for a quorum?
Yes, sir, that's exactly right. And so that is my concern, is that we may be stating that there wouldn't be a quorum without knowing whether that is factually accurate.
So in fact, we might have a quorum even if people didn't continue, but we'll learn more soon.
We may or may not. I am over here frantically researching everything that you are saying.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll probably want a full deliberation on that, right? Investigation on it before being sure about that.
Yes.
But, Nicole. I think your mic's off.
it is related to that question. When we've mentioned the current members staying on, I have seen the current member who is here shaking her head vigorously no. So I really, you know, I would really like us to just make a decision tonight. It would be wonderful if we absolutely cannot find another way, can we at least move forward on some of the others? So just kind of like to put that out there as another path forward.
Thanks. And yeah, respect to the member present. I don't want to put anybody on the spot and force you to make a decision in front of the public like right now, but duly noted. Tara?
Well, I was one of the people that wanted to push back the date in December to now because I did not, we found that out, what was that, 2 days before, and I really take this panel seriously and I care a lot about it, and there was no way in 2 days that I was going to be able to study, watch all the interviews, learn everything about the ordinance. There was no way. So I studied up, watched every interview, watched every alternate interview, watched the people that didn't, and now to have this information and have to make an immediate decision for me when this is so important is not what I would want to do. I feel like we have to put a lot of time into this. These are people's lives we're talking about. And so I would like not to, as far as what Nicole said about going forward, I don't think that that's a good idea to do. I don't want to start picking and choosing because my problem was more with the process and the structure than it was with the individual people. And what does bias mean and all those other things? I think those are super important before we make these important decisions. So that's why I say that we should wait.
Very good. Rachel?
I wanted to share out to Bob's suggestion. One of the panelists who is coming off the panel did text and said that they will not be staying on, so that we would just have to vote again next week if her or if their presence was required for a quorum. So just wanted to share that out, and also to remind that we expanded this panel because they are so overloaded with cases. So even if they technically have a quorum, they're still going to be overloaded if we delay. Just to share that out while we're balancing too.
Lauren?
Yeah, I feel like we've already, in some ways, expressed a lack of faith in the Oversight Committee, and they've been put through more rigmarole in this last round of delay than I intended, and I think than they signed up for. The investigation will go forward either way, but I'm very hesitant to put the Police Oversight Panel in a position where they may or may not have a quorum, and especially given the volume of work and the importance to their community, to the community.
Thanks for that, Lauren. Well, Ginny, did you have? You don't have to.
Are we voting or taking?
Yeah, I think I would welcome a motion at this point, like about maybe a way forward, but that we can vote on. One more comment. Yep.
So our attorney mentioned that this is unprecedented, what we're about to do. And so what I am curious about is how does this affect us moving forward? So in the future, if we're about to make a decision and we get a complaint, we don't know whether that complaint is going to be found to be valid or not. Will we hold up all of our future decisions in the same way if a community member puts in a complaint?
Maybe I'll just call on myself as a colloquy. This is so last minute. I would in no way be attempting to create a precedent. This is a unique situation, in my opinion, and would not. So, just throw that out there. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
It seems like it seems like somehow the goalposts kind of keep moving around a little bit, because it seemed like we were focused on, well, hey, we have running up against this quorum issue, and we need to get that done. And now we're hearing there might not be a quorum issue, and so we have some grace that we didn't have before. And so I'm just kind of wondering, like, we're sort of throttling around a little bit, and And I guess if that's not what we're running up against, perhaps, like, is it worth knowing that we are or are not running up against that quorum issue for the function? We were so because at least it seemed like a lot of the urgency was trying to maintain function of this group. And if it can function, even if it's on a little bit limited for a short period of time before we clear all this up, that's a worthwhile thing to consider. I just worry that if there's a quorum, it's a worthwhile thing to know. I didn't even recognize that that wasn't even an issue until just now. So I think it's just, we're learning stuff right now on the fly, so it feel weird making a decision as the dynamics and the info and the variables are changing as we're thinking about it.
And yeah, and Junie, but then Bob's queued up.
So here's my thing. I hear our city attorney, and we hire her to give us good advice, and she's given us great advice. And for the most part, I do defer to her expertise. But my issue is, if we were, in my views, I would prefer that we move forward and vote, because again, there is no prior precedence, and I'm worried that people can just think, oh, let me complain, and I'll just halt the work of the council. But not only that, if we were to postpone this vote, and let's say we were to find some type of a violation, what is it that we intend to do with the members of this panel? Does that mean all of them are gone? I don't know, what would they have to resign? Are they fired? What would be the consequence of it? Because if it's just retraining, then it's part of a greater conversation. If that's the only thing that will happen, I just don't know what is the holdup tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, and anyway, Bob, do you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. I know that other people want to jump in here, and you can comment on my motion after I make it. How's that sound? So I'm hearing some of my colleagues wanting to vote tonight. I'm hearing some of my colleagues wanting to wait until the investigation is completed. It sounds like we don't know definitively whether the two oversight panel members whose term otherwise would expire in about 3 weeks are willing to serve for a little while longer. We don't know the quorum. There's a lot of things we don't know tonight because it's just kind of hit us. So my motion is that we continue item 3A for 1 week from today to January 26th, which is before the end of the term of our colleagues on the oversight panel. That will give Teresa a week to make a determination with respect to quorum. It will give Amy perhaps some time to visit with the oversight panel members whose term to end if Teresa thinks that that's necessary. This hit us all just within the last hour or two, and I feel the pain of my colleagues that this is a bit rushed, but I also appreciate the view of my colleagues that this has gone on for a long time, and an undue delay is probably unfair to a lot of people. So I move that we continue item 3A for exactly 1 week. We need to have a special meeting a week from now, as I understand it from Teresa, anyway, to direct the investigation. So we can take that special meeting and perhaps that night vote. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay. Any additional comments before we vote on the motion in front of us? Rachel?
I'm not going to support the motion just because I'm aware that one current panel member's not willing to stay on. So I don't think we'll be anywhere different in a week, and it'll be the same question. So I would frankly rather we just decide today. If we want to wait till the end of the investigation, then that's what we should do. If we don't, then we should vote today.
Can I colloquy with you on that, Rachel? I think one of the reasons for the delay is a week from now we may find we have a quorum despite the resignation of 2 people, and then we can make whatever decision we think best. And if they don't have a quorum, then obviously we can move forward to take a vote because it will be necessary to do so.
Okay.
Appreciate that. We'll just tack on to that. I think with or without a quorum, I guess without they're not doing anything, with they're still so short on members, and they'll be down more members that we're asking a lot of these panel members that I don't think is fair. That's why we expanded the panel. So either way, I'm against the motion, but appreciate the creativity, Bob.
Great. And Lauren, and I'll call on myself.
I'm going to agree with Rachel. Postponing is a decision, and it either sets a precedent for allowing an uninvestigated complaint to dictate our procedure, or it exposes this action as a farce.
Great. So I'll just say that I'll disagree a little bit with Rachel here, that I'll support it because of the very short timeframes involved. So take a week, find out whether we have a quorum. If we do have a quorum, I think there would only end up being 1 to 2 to maybe 3 weeks in which it would be a smaller number of people involved. So I feel like that's a short enough time frame that it's worth seeing if we can figure out what's going on here in the meantime. I'll go ahead and call for a vote on the motion, unless anybody is burning need to say more. Ely, should this be a show of hands?
Excuse me, sir. For the motion to continue 3A?
Correct.
Yes, you can do a show of hands on that motion.
Okay. Motion second. All in favor? Raise your hand. That would be 5 votes in favor. So that does pass. This is being very difficult. Last minute information, and I just want to appreciate everybody involved for all of the hard work they're putting into this. And we will get there, and we will get there soon. Yes. Yeah, sure.
I just have a point that I would really appreciate folks thinking about, particularly as we're coming out of celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I think it's really important as we are thinking about what we're going to do next week that we keep in mind how easy it is to confuse criticism and disagreement with bias. As much as we wish otherwise, the systems of policing and criminal justice, along with every other system in our society, are and always have been biased against Black and brown people, queer and trans people, disabled people, and those living in poverty. That is a fact. Criticizing a biased system is not biased. Disagreeing with the outcome or approach of a biased system is not bias. Naming the racism embedded in all of our governmental systems, including in our policing and criminal justice system, is not bias. Even a cursory look at our city's history will show you it is progress. I'm very disappointed with our decision tonight. I'm glad it's just a week that we are waiting, but I really hope we can think about what bias is as it relates to a majority white body making a decision about overturning a panel that is one of our most diverse panels in the city. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Nicole. All right, well, moving on from that, we have the rest of our consent agenda, items B through E.
Make a motion?
Sure.
I move the consent agenda items 3B through 3E inclusive.
Second.
Any questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, let's have a roll call here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll start this roll call tonight with Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
And Wallet.
Yes.
The consent agenda items B through E exclusively are hereby approved.
Thank you, Alicia. Let's move to our call-up check-in, please.
Thank you, sir. Tonight's call-up check-in is item 4 on the agenda. 4A is the call-up consideration of a concept plan review and comment for a redevelopment proposal of 2747 Glenwood Court. The proposal includes demolition of the existing apartment complex and redevelopment of the site with attached multifamily and townhouse dwelling units constructed atop a new underground vehicle parking structure. The new development is proposed to include a multifamily building comprised of 102 efficiency living units, those are referenced as ELUs, 15 two-bedroom units, and 6 three-bedroom units, 2 separate townhouse buildings containing 7 units each, and a leasing building. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2022-00037.
Thanks, Alicia. Any interest in calling this up, or questions or comments? I got Mark and then Bob.
I would have interest in calling this up. As is typical for a project of this magnitude, one always wants to take a look. And that's our job. So, yes, I would be interested in calling it up.
Bob?
I'm going to take a contrary view on this one. You're right, Mark. On a large project, we often do call it up. I want to just make 2 observations. One, I thought the planning board did a very, very good job on this one. I thought there was very thorough commentary offered to the applicant, and a lot of good information. I don't know if the applicant's here tonight and has a view one way or the other. If the applicant wants it to be called up, obviously I would defer to that. If the applicant is content with the planning board's feedback, I would be inclined not to call it up, particularly in light of the fact that we are very, very quickly slipping into the 2nd year of our 2-year work plan, and we have not made a whole lot of progress. And I'm not sure we could give up the time if avoidable. So, Nuria or somebody from the planning department, could we maybe ask the applicant or the applicant's representative if they have a preference one way or the other? Would that be proper?
We're here. Danica Powell with Trestle Strategy Group, representing the applicant and the development team. We did feel that we got a really great review with Planning Board, and feel like we're ready to move forward, so we weren't looking for a call-up tonight. Appreciate the thought, but this is a great project, and we look forward to kind of moving forward with it. So thank you for asking.
Thanks, Danica.
Yeah, I was just going to ask for a call-up as well. I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about this one.
Let's see, I'll call on myself. You're not seeing any other hands raised. And I'll just say I think the development is on a good enough track that I don't feel the need to call it up. I thought it looked really fantastic. Planning board had some good minor feedback. And the one thing that I would echo was I was looking at the southwest corner of the site where the townhouses meet the bike path, and just wanted to make sure that there was enough of a setback from the bike path so that it didn't feel too kind of crowded or closed in. Other than that, I thought it was going in a great direction, so I don't feel the need to call it up. Anybody else? So certainly somebody could make a motion to call it up if you'd like.
I would like to make a motion to call it up.
Second that motion.
And can I speak to my motion for just a minute?
Yeah.
One of the things that I'm really interested in hearing a little bit more about with this project is the idea of having a fence that is kind of access controlled over by the park, by Elmer's 2 Mile Park. That's right there. And to me, I think this was something that I believe John Gersel brought up in Planning Board. This idea of, do we want to be a gated community? do we want to have gated communities within our community? And I, in my mind, that is something that council should think about a little bit and discuss.
Thanks. We have a motion in second. I believe this would be a show of hands.
That is correct.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. We got 3. All opposed? We got 6. So that's unsuccessful with a vote of 3 to 6. And Nicole, I would just encourage you to make a comment right now if you want to expound on that a little bit, because you can get it on the record and it can be listened to as it goes forward.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, I'm interested in just some of the design that's there right now, because it seems like what it's going to do is to prevent people from sort of having a more open access to Elmer's 2 Mile Park and being able to kind of go through there. And typically we've had open access to the park, and I think the place where it was coming in was maybe by where an employee was going to be, and just thinking about how can we have access to that park still, and allow for people who are trying to get to the park to not have to go around or in a different way, and especially if there are access points that people within this development have to the park that the rest of the public does not have. That doesn't feel very good. So I would just really like some thinking about that. And for our staff as well, one of the other concerns that I have is that there are about 42 units here right now, I believe, and I know that because it's an older development, it's not that things are affordable, but for Boulder, it's relatively affordable. And I'm concerned about the folks who are currently living there. And I know that, or at least I believe that our wait lists are kind of long for affordable housing right now. So what I'm wondering is if we can start reaching out to folks that are there as soon as possible, just to get them on wait lists if they do qualify for affordable housing, because I would really hate to lose some of those folks in our community.
Great, thanks. Bob, did you have a comment on this?
No, but I do have a process question for Teresa before we move on to item 5, whenever we're ready.
Well, if no one has any additional comments on this item, I think we can move on to item 5. But if, Bob, you want to start us off with something?
How about item 4.5? Teresa, do you need us to make a motion to conduct a special meeting, to convert the study session into a special meeting? I see you nodding your head, so I'm just going to make the motion. Is that okay?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
I move that we convert the special meeting, the study session scheduled for January 26, 2023 from a study session to a special meeting to be held virtually, that CAC be requested to maintain all of the study session items on that agenda if they can, but that we could also take up the 2 special meeting items that we talked about tonight. That is the continuation of 3A and the request from Teresa that we direct an investigation. That's my motion.
Can I just ask procedurally, we've often added a special meeting and kept a study session rather than converted the whole thing, but does it need to be done one way or the other?
I look to our city clerk.
That is at the discretion of council.
Okay. I'm fine. Do you have a preference, Aaron?
Maybe a special meeting at the beginning. And
that's
then
fine. So I'll modify my motion to say to hold a special meeting at the beginning of the evening on the 26th of January, and then after that meeting is adjourned to roll into our study session.
Okay, thanks, Junie.
I second that motion. Can I add anything to your motion, or do you want to speak some more?
Please do.
I hope that CAC will ensure, as we're tacking on more, that they keep that, within the time frame of probably 10 o'clock. That would be really helpful. Yes. Just time management. Thank you.
Can we get 9 seconds on or 8 seconds on the end by 10? Okay, we got a motion and a second. Show of hands. All in favor. That's a unanimous vote. All right. Thanks for getting that taken care of. So, Alicia, if we can go to our public hearing, please.
All right, sir, thank you. Public hearings are item number 5 on tonight's agenda. 5A is the consideration of the following tax-related ordinances. There are 3. Number 1 is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8548. That's related to the electronic smoking device and tobacco retailers, parts of our BRC. Item number 2 is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8562. That is amending the sections of the BRC noted to exempt essential hygiene products from the city's sales tax. And the last item, item number 3, is the second reading and consideration of a motion to pass ordinance 8563, amending Title 3, and that is to provide greater consistency in tax administration within the code.
I just want to thank Finance for making that super long to give them enough time to get up here and get ready. So with that, I pass it on to our CFO, Cara Skinner.
Thank you, Nuria. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cara Skinner, Chief Financial Officer. We'll display this. No, it's not. This was working before.
Do we have it on the right one, Emily?
Not big and right.
There we go. Okay, so tonight we have for your consideration 3 ordinances related to the tax code, and regulatory, and some licensing requirements. Here we go. We're getting it going. So the three ordinances, the first one is related to electronic smoking devices, and it amends both the tax code and some regulatory and licensing code provisions. The second ordinance really effectuates council's guidance last fall to exempt essential hygiene products from the city's tax code, from the sales tax. And the third really is administrative changes to Title III. This is to add greater clarity and to reduce administrative burden both for staff and for our taxpayers. And tonight I'm pleased to introduce James McDonald, who is our tax manager, and he will be walking through these ordinances with you. We also have Kristen Changaris, our regulatory licensing manager, here to answer questions, as well as Laurel Witt, senior city attorney. So with that, I will hand it over to James McDonald.
Good evening, Council. James McDonald, Tax Manager. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you guys tonight on these three important ordinances.
You might need to leave.
So what we'd like to do is just walk through some high points for each of the ordinances.
It's right up in there, James, right up in there.
I feel like I'm singing to the band with the band here. All right. Is that better? Okay. So Ordinance 8548 regarding electronic smoking devices, we're going to refer to those as ESDs throughout the presentation. What this will do is amend Titles 3, 4, and 6 of the BRC, really to provide clarification regarding taxation, licensing, and prohibited acts. And the modification comes primarily around the idea of those ESDs that contain nicotine. Much of this was driven by council's feedback to staff over the last several months. Quick background, this is a timeline that just kind of shows some of the opportunities staff has had to speak with council and get some direction after certain ordinances have passed regarding taxation and licensure, et cetera. So specifically changes to Title III, this is the tax code. This is where we're clarifying that the 40% special sales tax applies to these ESD products that contain nicotine. Additionally, we wanted to ensure that the 40% special tax is in addition to the 3.86 standard sales tax. There's no change there. That 3.86 has always been in play for these products. Changes to Title IV, clarifying licensing requirements. Again, it's revolving around the ESDs that are going to be containing nicotine. So there was a renaming of the license to tobacco and electronic smoking device for those retailers. And again, clarifying that it's pertaining specifically to retailers that are selling ESDs that contain nicotine. We provide a quick example here that retailers selling ESDs that do not contain nicotine, such as a cannabis retailer or a paraphernalia only shop, would not be required to hold the license. I think that was something that was needed to have some additional clarification around. And also there's going to be a change to create some consistency around the renewal fees for these licenses, just to be harmonious with other regulatory licenses for late fees. The changes to Title VI would be to clarify prohibitions in 6-4.5-2, which applies, again, to ESDs containing nicotine, so you can see that theme. We're adding definitions of nicotine, ESD retailer, and flavored ESD. And also, we're seeking to reconcile inconsistencies between chapters 6-4 and 6-4.5. The next ordinance speaks to the essential hygiene products. Again, this was based upon feedback from council last fall. So what this will do is amends the tax code in Title III, where we're adding 2 additional definitions of menstruation products and incontinence products and diapers. And then we are seeking to incorporate exemptions specific to those terms as defined. A little bit of background on this. Denver and Aurora had previously had exemptions pertaining to some or all of these types of products dating back to 2019 when Denver established its first exemption related to menstrual products. In 2022, Aurora kind of followed suit with menstrual products and diapers. As well, the state enacted exemption from the state sales tax for these products. And in October of last year, council provided staff with a nod of 5 to move forward with developing this ordinance. We did do some outreach, and there was a community focus group was held. We had 7 community groups participate in providing staff with feedback. There was unanimous support for the exemption across a number of reasons why, some of those being to eliminate some cost burden for individuals and families. There was an impact against a broad community population, so the benefit hits a large population for Boulder, as well as an increased sense of dignity and mobility around removing those impacts from tax on these products. One thing of note was from the community groups, there seemed to be a sense to ensure that to urge council not to decrease nonprofit funding, because certainly there's going to be a revenue impact to the city of Boulder when we create these types of exemptions. The estimated year one reduction is about $236,000. And that estimate is based upon kind of following the state fiscal note and just adapting that for demographics specific to Boulder. The last ordinance is administrative amendments to Title III. Again, that's the tax title. General overview of changes. There's a bulleted list there, and we're going to go down each of those in the next few slides. A little bit of background. Staff seeks to be adaptive to input from the business community and folks that are seeking to provide voluntary compliance around how the ordinance impacts their operations. And when there seems to be uncertainty or confusion within the way the code is, the language exists within the code, we try to identify opportunities to modernize the code or adapt the language to ensure the original intent is making its way through to folks that are subservient to that code. So wanted to offer council a little bit of feedback that, as you may know, that these types of amendments are not uncommon. 2018, we adopted standard definitions, and there was some additional administrative changes that took place at that time. Marketplace facilitator language was adopted in 2020, and then economic nexus in 2021. And again, that's an adaptation from the Wayfair case that was a national case. So again, just trying to reiterate that we're trying to stay current with our code. And as a kind of a final note, changes recommended in the ordinance do not alter the treatment of any transaction as taxable or not taxable. We're not modifying the code in such a manner as to subject something to tax that historically was not subjected to the tax. The climate tax, again, starting with our summary of changes, this is going to incorporate the changes necessary from the passing of ballot issue 2A in November. And what that specifically will do is eliminate the Climate Action Plan tax in Chapter 312, and then revise Chapter 313, which was the utility occupation tax, which reflects the approved climate tax from that November election. And we've elected to include the climate tax as a portion of these other Title III changes, just as a matter of efficiency. Some of the things that you'll see throughout the changes that are being proposed, I tried to identify some of the places where there may be a lot of striking, just to provide a little bit of context as to why. One of those examples was a modification to the use of retailer or vendor. And what we're seeking to do is establish a consistent use of just one single term as opposed to the use of retailer or vendor interchangeably throughout the code. With the term vendor being contained within the definition of retailer, it seemed like we could provide consistency by just using the word retailer throughout. So again, just an administrative change so that there's hopefully no confusion that vendor and retailer are somehow different by the users of the ordinance. Accommodations and short-term rentals, again, utilizing a single word of retailer. What we wanted to do here, retailer incorporates marketplace facilitator within its definition. And it became, again, in modernization and keeping with industry practice, that there are platform users out there where that would fall under the marketplace facilitator concept. And so this was a way to ensure that we're moving marketplace facilitation into those accommodations chapters. And I think it's of note that currently we have some of the these large platform or marketplace facilitators in the accommodation space are already collecting our tax pursuant to voluntary collection agreements. So this would eliminate the need for a VCA. Also, again, just some cleanup stuff where we're trying to strike unnecessary language. If we say enumerate any number of types of facilities that would be subject to an accommodation tax when the consideration is exchanged, we have definitions that already provide those same delineation of or enumeration of facility types. So just a way to try to reduce some unnecessary language. One specific change under marijuana excise tax, the legislative intent language that was adopted indicates that the excise was imposed upon the first transfer from a cultivation facility. Somehow in the imposition language, the phrase or term any as opposed to first was incorporated. So we wanted to harmonize. This is something that comes up from our business community with regularity because they read the legislative intent language that says first and then they read the imposition language that says any, and they're not sure if that means there's multiple impositions through the stream of commerce. So we wanted to clarify that to ensure that the legislative intent was being honored. Limitations is related to our statute of limitations. Currently, the code triggers a 3-year look back based upon the due date of a return as opposed to the actual filing of that return. Our understanding is that the code intends to provide the city and or a taxpayer 3 years from a trigger date for their ability to seek refund or for the city to make assessment. So what this does is it moves the start date to 3 years from the moment a return is actually filed, so that we actually would have 3 years from the date we're given notice of the activity to determine its accuracy for reporting. Also, we're adding some language around the idea of that when a notice of audit is issued to a taxpayer, that it does not require a signed agreement between the city and the taxpayer to set the statute of limitations. This is kind of an administrative easing, whereby if we run up against a expiring statute agreement, we have to then reach back out to the party being audited, have them re-sign an agreement to extend the statute again. This can be cumbersome for both the taxpayers and for us. Some general information. There's a lot of stricken definitions and a lot of relocation of sections. Again, the definitions that were stricken were determined to be duplicative, where they exist in different areas of the Boulder Revised Code, but still apply to Title III. So the Title III definitions would be stricken and preserving the Title I definitions that say the same thing. Additionally, we identified sections that just felt like they were in the wrong place, or they existed in essentially the same language in multiple places within Title III. So we determined and we're proposing that these particular sections get moved to what we believe is the most appropriate place for the user. Examples would be in our definitions section, we actually have, or a definitions chapter, we actually have sections pertaining to certain administrative processes such as intercity claims for recovery. We don't believe that would qualify necessarily as definitions, so those are just being moved into a more administrative chapter, which is Chapter 17 for general provisions. So again, we're not changing things, we're just moving them. Also, it was identified that there were a couple of necessary changes from first reading to this reading, so we wanted to set those off. Maybe the best way to say that is these three changes essentially become non-changes. And final thing on this would just be there was a recommendation for third reading, giving the change between first and second reading. So we thought if there was any questions around why it needed to go to third reading for adoption, we just wanted to make sure that was made clear. That was a lot. That was probably fast. Open to questions.
I thought it was a perfect speed. Thank you for that. That's very clear. Questions for staff? Nicole?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question was one of the commenters about the eliminating the sales tax on menstrual products and things like that. They asked if we could make sure that any loss in revenue is not affecting nonprofits, and I was just wondering if we have a way that we can actually track that. If it kind of just all washes out in the budget.
I think that would be something that as we consider the 2024 budget, we would just be clear about what are our nonprofit funding levels and how do they compare to the 2023 levels, and we can make it clear at that point in time.
If I can just call it, Glenn, that's a great question, Nicole. And as I understand it, the amount that the funding would go down is much, much smaller than the increase in our funding over what we had anticipated for the year. Is that correct?
That's my expectation at this point in time.
Right,
Yes.
So far, or anyway,
Yes.
related to what we've seen so far in recent
Yes.
months, so that
Yes.
there would not be a need to cut any programs on the trend that we're on right now in order to fund this reduction in revenue.
That would be correct. And I also just would clarify, and this was in the memo, that $236,000 is across all of our sales tax funds, and some of those sales tax dollars are dedicated for other purposes already.
Great. Other questions? Seeing none, then we can go to our public hearing. We have one person signed up virtually, which is Lynn Siegel. Lynn, I think you're familiar with our Code of Conduct rules, and so you have 3 minutes to speak.
As far as hygiene products, I would normally be supporting an exemption. However, your wealth inequity that you're doing through your policy of planning board and planning and development and papilios and everything that you're doing to support the wealth inequity in Boulder just creates more people that can't afford these hygiene products. So I don't support it exclusively because of that. Because you're spinning your wheels. You're making things more and more unaffordable. And then you're asking for tax exemptions for certain groups. And those groups are increased in number by your policy. And you know, for 30 years I've been following this and fighting it, and nothing happens. It gets worse and worse, as you see from my letter today that I sent from just reading an article from 7 years ago. We were on the same trajectory. Let's see. That was, as far as taxing vaping, I don't think you should be taxing things that shouldn't be legitimate in the first place. So I'm opposed to that, but for the wrong reasons. I'm opposed to that because we never should have allowed vaping at all, or nicotine at all, because they're too destructive to the health of the community. So I think you need to think about what you're really doing in this community in a much larger way than just the kind of tax fixes that you can do. And especially with regards to the library. The library should not have been given up for $2 million of benefit because we don't own the library anymore. And so I think you're completely hypocritic in just about every policy you do that means something deeply in this community. Like the biggest things, like Jared was talking about, affordable housing. You're just making it worse and worse and worse. And you're dreaming. And knocking down the Glenwood site, those are affordable. They're not going to be affordable afterwards with the 100-some units. You're making things more unaffordable in this community, and then you're asking for tax breaks. That's counterintuitive. Done.
Thanks, Lynn. Bob?
If there's no discussion, I was going to offer a motion.
We'll go ahead and put one on the table, and we can have discussion after that.
Teresa, can I move all 4 ordinances? Do I need, or 3 ordinances? Do I need to do them separately?
Are they exactly how they appeared in the materials?
They are exactly as they appeared in the materials as published, so you could move them together.
Okay. Then I move ordinance number 8548, 8562, and 8563.
Do we have a second?
Certainly.
I think I saw Nicole first there.
Sure, second.
Motion and second. Do you want to speak to the motion, Bob?
Well, I don't. Thank you very much to both of you for being here, and thank you for making it very clear in the motion and your presentation, and thanks for cleaning things up for us a little bit.
Yeah. Nicole, your second.
I don't have any other comments. Just thank you for getting all this done so quickly and bringing it back to us.
Great. I'll just call on myself and just say how appreciative I am of all the work that you've done here. The smoking and vaping stuff, we've been working on it for a long time, right? So it's good to finally get this done. There's been years in the making. Great to finally get it done. Really appreciate the tax break we're giving people on hygiene, essential hygiene products. And then that was a lot of detailed work on the taxation language, and wanted to really appreciate the diagram, the comments you gave us, so that I was able to then follow exactly the reasons for all that. That was really helpful for me to do my duty in reviewing the ordinance. I got Rachel and then Matt. No, just Rachel then.
Thanks. I just wanted to thank staff for 8562 essential hygiene products. I have not worked on anything that was done more efficiently and with less drama during my years on council. So great job, and maybe in advance to my colleague, if the vote is also drama-free, this was, I think, just a good for the community, and will help some people out. And I'm glad that we were able to do this quickly, even though it wasn't quite on our work plan. So thanks to everyone.
Absolutely. All right, so let's go to a vote then. We have a roll call here in the show.
Yes, sir. We will start the roll call with Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Friend.
Yep.
Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
And Weiner.
Yes.
Ordinances 8548 and 8562 are hereby adopted, and 8563 is passed as amended and held over for third reading.
All right, well, thanks so much again. All right, so I want to do a time check. We've got one item left on the agenda, which is the engagement recommendations. That would take us, it's right now 8:48, and it's estimated at 60 minutes. And then I think Nicole wanted to speak to something after that, but are we good for continuing? All right, I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay, so let's do it.
All right, sir. Our item number 8 on tonight's agenda, matters from the mayor and members of council. 8A is the recommendations from the Council Subcommittee on Engagement and a Welcoming Council Environment.
Thank you so much. I know that staff is coming down. I believe we are going to be starting with Ryan Henshin, and Sarah Huntley and Taylor Ryman is going to also be supporting the work. So give us a quick minute as we get ourselves accommodated.
Great. And I'll just note, we're all of
Go ahead.
Well, just that all of council is already familiar with the recommendations, and it's kind of an internal matter, so I'd encourage a brisk presentation.
Great. And I hear that perhaps we're starting with Sarah.
Is this mic on? Yep. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. Good evening, Council. I'm Sarah Huntley. I'm the Director of Communication and Engagement. And we're here tonight to tee up a sort of hodgepodge of items coming to you from your Council Engagement Subcommittee, some of which require some just sort of general guidance, a couple of which would require direction to draft rule changes. So we're going to go through them as quickly as we can this evening. I think the memo spelled them out pretty clearly, so hopefully we can get through it. Can we pull up the presentation, please? Oh, my run.
And Sarah, just before you get going and ask a process thing, generally we always wait until the end to have questions and comments, but should we tackle them one at a time?
Actually, we debated that. And while we will remind you of the questions for each one at the end of the section, I think it would be faster if we go through the discussion at the end.
Very good. Thanks.
Yes, please. Sorry, it's been a while since I presented up here. I didn't realize we'd come back to the slides here. But Taylor is going to help me. Okay, so while she's pulling up those slides, I will just run through quickly the hodgepodge of items that we're going to talk about tonight. One of them is a quick update and some iterative improvements that we are proposing and the committee is supporting related to council correspondence. We're also going to chat a little bit about expectations for hybrid council attendance. That is one of the ones that would require a rule clarification or change. Improvements related to chats and walks with council, which is an ongoing council program. Some improvements related to open comment and public hearings, which would also require a rule change in the future, as I understand it. Take some questions and do some quick council discussion on the recommendations that are coming to you from your very own subcommittee members. So we'll start right in with the updates and improvements related to council correspondence. As this council knows, at the beginning of last year, right around this time, we initiated a change in how communication would occur between constituents and council members. And we went from a sort of completely Outlook-based email system to a form system where constituents could fill out a form that was readily available in English and Spanish on the website. They were asked to tick a number of boxes to help us direct those forms to the right people, so the topic and things like that, and it allows us to track better and respond more to quickly and in a timely way to constituents. It also allowed directors and subject matter experts to see the forms that were related to them, but not the whole universe, which often made it difficult to slice and dice what needed to be responded to. So we have a year's worth of data now, and it was interesting to see that when we looked at where the direct to numbers were showing up, a whole bunch, more than, well, not quite more than half, but quite a few were going to council only, which is fine, particularly if somebody is just simply stating their perspective on a political issue. It's probably appropriate for them to talk to their elected official. But one of the things that a couple of council members have noted, those who receive this, is that sometimes there are emails in there that could very easily be answered by staff, that they're really somebody asking for more information or some navigation support. And the way our current system is, staff doesn't even see them. We don't even know they exist. So one of the conversations that we have had as the engagement subcommittee and that staff has come around to supporting is to take away the option for people to direct it to a particular population. So all of council would see everything that came in, and the staff members who were assigned to the topic, so they'd still be topic specific, would see them as well. This would allow staff to more expeditiously respond. Now, I do want to be clear that there are standards for staff. Directors are not just waiting for emails to pop in and are not available to necessarily reply immediately. So our current standards are 3 business days for things that have a specific question or could benefit from a referral to some factual information on our website. Staff will never respond to something that is essentially a position somebody is asking council to take. We don't feel that that's our role or our place. But there are a high number of emails that come in that are seeking more information. So that's one of the recommendations and one of the reasons for it. Next slide, please. thought might be interesting to just quickly look, and I know it's hard to see on the slide deck on the screen, wide range of topics. And the topics have been really helpful for us to have people self-select, because in the past, sometimes people would write about 6 or 7 topics, and figuring out which staff member needed to read that was challenging. But now that people are selecting topics, it's helpful. The one topic, however, that has proved to be a little bit challenging is we had a topic that is feedback to pending city council item or action. And from week to week, that changes what that topic is, right? It depends on what's coming up on your agendas. And unless we had every staff member seeing everything that came under that topic, it's incredibly challenging to make sure the right people are seeing the questions and can answer them. So one of the other proposals, and this was a staff-generated proposal, is that we eliminate that field. So certainly, for example, tonight's topic, if somebody wanted to put their perspective in on the police oversight panel discussion, they could choose police, or there is also an oversight topic. They don't have to choose pending council action. So we're also recommending, and both those are administrative back-end changes, but because you are end users of this system, we wanted to just run it by the full council and let you know that we intend to do that unless you have an objection to it. Next slide, please. Also, this has raised questions about the constituent relationship management project. When we implemented this new system, you might recall last year, we also told you that we had an ongoing project to make the system even better than what we have made the changes to be, because we are in the process of updating our Inquire Boulder ticketing system, and we also saw it as an opportunity to streamline both council email and now council hotline. That process got a little bit delayed by other city priorities that came up last year, but I'm pleased to say that our innovation and technology colleagues have this on their work plan for 2023. And so there is a phased process that's going to go through, and you'll notice that the items that I think you all are probably the most interested in are in phase 1. So we're asking for a little bit more patience in phase 0 as we rescope the project, do some discovery, and procure a vendor to help us with this. But then the constituent ticketing, which actually I think is really more like constituent communications, because Inquire Boulder is the only formal ticketing system, and email and hotline will be things we'll be tackling for system improvements in the second half of this year. So one of the system improvements in particular is you have asked repeatedly for some way to see if staff or any of you individually have replied to somebody, not to necessarily see your responses, because that would be to become one of those cyclical serial meetings, but to know, so you know that a constituent has had some kind of contact with the city. So that's a high priority. Yes. One of the things you've asked us to do in the next iteration of improvements is have a way to see on the back end if anybody has replied to somebody who has written in from staff, or even if a fellow council member has replied. You don't necessarily need to see or should see the content, but you would say, oh, good, Bob's replied. Oh, good, Tara's replied. I don't necessarily need to. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so just as a quick reminder, the 2 changes we're recommending at this point is that we ensure that full visibility of all the submissions to council and staff so that we can improve our timeliness of responding. Next slide, please. And the second one is to eliminate the topic of choice of feedback on pending council action. The subcommittee also asked me to ensure that I have a regular review process with the IT team on what hot topics are emerging, so that we can make sure that they get added to the list, because those sometimes come up unexpectedly. Okay, with that, we're going to go to the next topic. And my colleague, Ryan Hanshin, is going to present the subcommittee's recommendations on this one.
Thank you, Sarah. And we can move to the next slide. My name is Ryan Hanshin, he, him. I serve with people of Boulder as Community Engagement Manager. And I'll keep this one short and sweet. We dove really quickly into a hybrid council environment, and subcommittee wants to make sure that we take a step back and are intentional about setting some expectations for council participation from Zoom, remotely, and what that looks like. Wanting to make sure we maintain a meaningful community engagement experience for community members, right, who may be here, right, that they're not facing maybe one council member on the dais and everyone else participating remotely. And so the subcommittee has put forward a recommendation for a starting point of that discussion. considering no more than 2 council members may participate remotely in a given regular meeting, and that no council member may participate remotely in more than 3 meetings per year. We'll note that study sessions already, council has decided to be 100% virtual moving forward. So we'll leave that there, and we'll move to the next item. Thank you. Sure.
Yeah, sorry, this is neither comment or question, and Rachel can jump in here too. I want to make a clarification on this proposal that it is not intended to necessarily limit people who have illnesses or are taking care of a family member who is ill. And so, while illness could certainly be a reason why someone decides to participate virtually, and that's great, and I think that's what Rachel's doing tonight, it's not intended to limit people if they have, let's say, a long ongoing illness, or they're a caregiver from exceeding the 3 times per year rule. That's just my perspective, and a clarification that I'm sorry that we didn't make in giving this to staff. Rachel, do you want to weigh in on that?
I think that's right. I am home sick tonight, and well, I'm not deathly ill. I think I'm probably contagious, so I don't know that we want to discourage people from staying home when they might get other people sick. So yeah, that's makes sense to me that the 4-time or 3-time rule that we're proposing would not include illnesses. Is that the question?
Great, thank you. And then over to Taylor for our next piece.
Good evening, Council. Taylor Ryman, Assistant to the City Council. So I'm going to go over quickly improvements related to chats and walks with you guys. As many of you know, this program's been around since 2019. It was born out of a desire to have more informal, two-way dialogue with constituents. Maybe you're surprised, but being up here and talking to you as you sit at the dais is not very comfortable and conversational, of course. And so we wanted to create non-agenda driven, sort of easy participation, low barrier ways for us to engage with even more parts of the community than we normally hear from, because a lot of people that come to council often do so regularly. And so we know there's voices out there we're not hearing from, and how can we meet them where they are? So next slide. I won't go over what's on the slide, but there's some highlights there, how many we did this year, how many folks we engaged with. One of the things I do want to highlight is partner organizations. What does it mean to be a partner organization? When we engage in specific community groups, we often partner with an organization who knows these communities. They know how to reach them. They know what to look out for. They know what they care about. So they often help us build cultural competency and connections so that we can make more welcoming environments as we do this engagement. So throughout our partnership, throughout the program development, this year we developed a partnership toolkit which outlines the expectations for both parties, what the city offers when we are partnering with them on these events. The city can do things like support with translation and interpretation, designing materials to advertise, even do printing, but often we rely on our partner organizations for advertisement, because of course if we advertise these sorts of opportunities through city channels, we'll get all sorts of different people. But if we're trying to engage with a specific community, we really rely on our partners' advertisement of those opportunities so that we can be capturing those voices. Next slide. So, next slide. This is old presentation. Before I get into council-supported engagement, I kind of want to describe what we mean by that. In general, there are a lot of ways that staff supports council as they engage with the community. Some of this is done with the city, like when you attend city-sponsored events or meetings, but some of this is also done on your own, like your own constituent relationships and attending events outside of the city organization. Even in cases where council is more self-guided, it's not uncommon for staff to provide talking points, draft a substantive email response, or even have a staff presence when needed. There are several ways that staff can offer this support for council engagement, and in doing so, we balance our obligation to be nonpartisan with the need to share the information we have with a wide audience. We appreciate your support for this program, as well as your suggestions for host sites and different focuses and other iterations to these opportunities. Your memo includes a more detailed matrix of the difference between these three more formalized staff-supported council engagement opportunities, that being chats and walks, ad hoc chats, and office hours. And the matrix is intended to provide clear expectations about what staff support looks like, as well as the equitable utilization of your staff support. So with that sort of framing, I'll get into it real quick here. Chats and walks are our most robust option. It involves more planning and partnership work, as I mentioned previously. And in addition to that, in addition to the running suggestions we have here on the slide, which I've just sort of been capturing as you guys recommend them, we will also be collecting more of your suggestions through a feedback survey. The second one here, ad hoc chats, it's based on our experience that we had this year, and we recognize the need to be able to add chats when they're needed. This is very similar to a regular chat, just with a slightly different focus, a lighter lift, and a tighter turnaround. Having this option allows us to create a consistent annual schedule of chats and walks while also retaining the ability to be flexible and responsive to emerging engagement needs. We hope to support broader utilization of this opportunity by asking 3 council members to initiate this kind of event. Lastly, office hours. These are your more direct constituent conversations, typically initiated by community members. This has minimal staff support in the way of scheduling and space needs. I mentioned the feedback survey we'll be doing, and some of the other things that we're working on as we look into 2023 are how to bolster the attraction factor, like, you know, when we're at events, how do we have games and giveaways to bring more people in? And then also collecting better feedback, but still without creating a barrier to participation. Next slide. So your 2 questions here is to, for 2023, should we organize 6 chats and walks? And these are some considerations for that decision. In order to do about 6 chats and walks, we'd need each council member to commit to 1 to 2 chat and walk per year. These things are normally about 2 hours, and they're held all over the city at different days and locations and with different partners. Next slide. And then the ad hoc chat that we described, consider adding 2 of those options. And again, at least 3 council members to initiate with just a few week time for planning. All right, I'll hand it back off to Sarah.
Yes. Okay, so the next topic we're going to discuss is a topic that would require a rule change. Next slide, please. So, as this council knows, from time to time we have community members who wish to make presentations as part of their open comment or public testimony. These presentations have been of concern to our city attorney's office for some time, and they've talked to council on more than one occasion about the challenges because it is because of First Amendment rights and the concern that staff members reviewing these presentations in advance put us in a situation where we might be making content-based decisions about whether to allow a presentation or not allow a presentation. So every time a community member presentation is submitted to the clerk's office and projected to you all, we're all looking at it at the same time for the first time. Nobody's reviewing them in advance. That poses some potential risk in terms of content and concerns about obscenities and other things that would be disruptive to a meeting that we don't have a chance to get in front of. So there's been a legal concern around these presentations for some time. More recently, there have been concerns expressed about the equity issues around these presentations. Some community members have access to software and capacity and know how to create visually compelling, engaging presentations. Others do not. So the recommendation that staff is making and the subcommittee supports is that the easiest way to eliminate concerns about inconsistent application of standards and First Amendment rights is to simply not allow these presentations anymore. Now, that does not mean that somebody couldn't submit slides to you or photographs to you through the council form system, for example. It is very easy to do an attachment to that system. But what's being proposed is that the slides that are shown in this chambers and shown on Zoom, they are not currently broadcast over Channel 8, but that they not be allowed moving forward. Again, that would require a rule change. I anticipate that there are some folks in the community who would like to speak to you about that. Might have strong feelings about that. And my understanding is that they would have an opportunity to do so when that formal rule change comes forward. So what we will be looking for this evening is whether council supports asking the city attorney's office to incorporate that into our existing rules for it to come forward to you for another vote. The next consideration has to do with signs in chambers, some of which we witnessed here this evening. The specific issue has to do with people using these front rows and the chairs in the front rows and putting signs on the chairs, even after they've talked about the topic for which they're here to testify. Staff is recommending that sometimes, because we sometimes have full chambers, we take a position that seats are for people, and that if signs are left there and we need seats for people, it is appropriate for staff to remove the signs and put them off to the side. Now, there are already some provisions regarding signage in chambers, and a good example that the mayor raised tonight is asking people to please move so that they're not blocking the views. This would be an additional provision which says seats are for people, you cannot leave your signs in the seats.
I just have to say, that sounds like a good ballot measure. Seats are for people. Sorry.
No, we'll one up you. What if it's a campaign sign that says seats are for people up against the seat?
So again, this would require an update to the rules, but we just wanted to explain the thinking behind it. Next slide, please. Okay, so was that fast enough? We got through them pretty fast. Are there any clarifying questions before we pull up the list of recommended changes and to get your feedback on?
So here's one where I might suggest that we take each one by one, questions and comments. So we're focused in our...
We could do that. If we could pull up the next slide. There, we can do after each bolded, we'll stop, okay? So for council correspondence, the two recommendations that are being asked, we're asking you for feedback on, are to eliminate the option for constituents to choose who to direct their submission to in order to ensure that staff is seeing all of the relevant emails to respond to. And the next one has to do with the topic of eliminating feedback on pending council action as a topic. Would you like to give feedback?
So what I'd propose is that we take these one by one, and I'm going to start by just saying, just nod your heads.
Okay, so not by chunks of topics.
Correct,
okay.
but one by one.
Sorry, I misunderstood
just
you.
Nod your head if you like it, and raise your hand if you want to have a question or a comment about it. And if we get all nodding heads, we'll just move on to the next one. If we have questions or comments, we'll dig into it. So the first one is ensure full visibility of all council contact forms submission to council by staff. Are people comfortable with this? Mostly, but we got Mark. Get a hand. And Jeannie.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with visibility.
Speaking to the mic there.
Oh, sorry. There's nobody left to hear me.
Online there may be.
I don't have a problem with visibility of council contacts, but would this be the one where we would no longer have people write to us directly? Mm-hmm. I think that's an important thing. If somebody wants to contact Bob or Nicole, they should be.
No, so that's still, so the intention for this form is that people, our preference as staff is that people use the form because it allows us to track it and make sure we're being responsive. But there's nothing currently in our system that precludes any constituent from emailing individual council members.
Okay.
This wouldn't
And
change
nothing
that.
about this change would impede
content.
that. Okay. It's just that if they use the form system, it would also go to staff.
And I want to make my contentment clear to the 8 people who are still watching us on Channel 8.
Judy?
Thank you. So I need some clarity, and I have to tell you, I'll reserve my comment. So for this visibility part, does it mean that, let's say someone wants to email me, Junie Joseph, right? And they want to reach out to me about a concern that they have. You also get to see that email?
No. No. So if somebody, this form replaces the catch-all email of council@bouldercolorado.gov. That's the only thing it's designed to do. That's what we used to have.
A year ago.
That happened a year ago.
Yeah.
People, you will notice that we've had about 2,800 people use the form in this last year. I venture to guess that you have received more than 2,800 emails. Those are not the only way people are communicating with you. And there's nothing that stops people from communicating to your email directly. And staff does not see that unless you forward it to us and ask us to do something with it.
So it wouldn't change that. And so just to clarify, what it would change is that the emails that are sent through the form would always go to all of council and all of staff if they're sent through the form. That would be the change. Yeah, certain staff.
I have one more question, which actually will be part of my comments. Have you done any type of assessment to know whether this form somehow people get faster responses, or even the percentage of responses from council when it comes to getting resolution of their issues?
So we do have more analytics than we have had in past systems, but part of the challenge that we continue to have in this iteration that we want to address in the next phase of improvement is determining if consistently there's a way to track the responsiveness. So our practice currently is that if a staff member responds to somebody who comes through the system, they're also supposed to let council know that they are responding. But that is inconsistently applied, to be honest with you. And what we're trying to do is have an automated system that allows us to see that. We're not at that point yet because our software doesn't allow us to do that. But that is the goal of the next step.
Thank you.
So are you okay with this then?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we got a thumbs up for this one.
Does Tara have her hand up?
Did you have a hand?
I wonder if.
Just a mic.
Oh, yes.
There's like fireside chats all of a sudden.
I wonder if we're going to have an opportunity to say a few things that aren't, I can't see, so sorry, I'm squinting. If we're going to have an opportunity to mention some things that weren't discussed, or is this not the time or place for that? For instance, reply to all, the never-ending battle with reply to all, or just reply. Some of the annoying things about the current form, how's that?
You might do those one-on-one?
So I would be happy to take your feedback and talk to IT to see if there's things we can do to address those. Again, these are administrative changes we can make at the back end. So if there's improvements, we've had some feedback along the way that we've already been able to act upon. If there's improvements of that nature, please let me know, Tara, and I'd be happy to talk to them.
I got a couple too, so I'll be in touch.
Okay. Send them my
All right.
way.
All right, so the next one is eliminating that choice in the selection of topics of eliminate the option of feedback on pending council action and ensure that council priorities as they come up are listed under hot topics. Are we okay with this? We have some nodding heads, or?
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay, well that looks
Next
like
is
I just want to say I never knew what that meant, feedback on pending council action, when I saw it on the subject line.
and now it'll never happen again.
Well,
That my life has just changed.
Okay, so next up is the hybrid council participation
Okay,
recommendations.
We have nods, or we got hands. We got a, yep, all right, I saw Junie first and then.
Junie goes first.
Mark, okay, Mark first, then maybe Matt, then Junie, I got a thought.
Well, first, I'm very appreciative of the exception being made for additional absences for medical purposes. Some of you may know that that's something I may require going forward. I'm very grateful for that. However, there's also an element here to which I'm wondering if we are addressing a problem that doesn't exist. I've been to a few of these meetings. We don't see a lot of empty seats. We don't see people, by and large, coming in virtually if they don't have good and sufficient reason. They're out of town. They're not feeling well. And I'm just wondering if we're setting a rule that's necessary. I think people on this council make a good faith effort to attend our meetings. They're not phoning it in from the bar at St. Julian's. And I just, although we may in the future.
No, it's not happening. No bars.
So I'm just, thinking that this is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And I don't know that we need to do that. Just my 2 cents.
Junie, Matt?
Thank you so much. It sounds like we're doing both comments on this one as well, and I can say I agree with Mark, because as I was thinking this through, it's so actually I understand the medical exemptions. That's great. For instance, as a member of council, I've been here for 3 years. I've attended conferences. If you go to one conference, right, it's just a week. You might miss one council meeting. If you get sick, you might want to go virtual. And I've attended actually virtual meetings because I was out of town, as opposed to not showing up at all, right? And then let's say something else happened in your life. I just think this idea of 3, I just don't know how did you come up to 3. It's just a bit arbitrary. And again, it's burdensome as well to us as council members, and we strive to be here. And I can tell you, there is nothing more stressful than community members letting us know that, hey, Junie, I didn't see you, or we expected you at this council meeting, what's going on? So I don't know if really having these sets of rules is really what's gonna say, hey, you have to be here. I just think we live in a community where people care deeply, and they do express themselves quite often to us. I get a lot of emails from community members, and these emails are quite more impactful, I would say, than this rule we're trying to put together right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Junie. Matt, Rachel, and then I'll call myself, and then Nicole, and then Lauren.
Yeah, well, I think there's the one piece in here that I'm a little curious about is just the no more than 2 council members may participate in a meeting remotely. I mean, I think of a pandemic we're still in, and you take 3 of us down, and then it's first come, first serve when we're all stricken with the same thing, and it's who didn't have to take their kids in the morning to school, and the other person gets first dibs. So I think that one is maybe not in the best spirit of the situation that we currently find ourselves, and may in the future. With regards to three folks or 3 meetings, we're elected to have to look our constituents in our eyes, and so I think it's a way in which we hold ourselves accountable and the community holds us accountable. It's so far removed from that person to person to have to see that emotion. I mean, we don't even see the people that are remotely in here, but when we get to look at the emotion and visceral nature in which people are giving their testimony, that's impactful and that's meaningful. And so I think it's important for us to have some level of accountability from which we say, yep, we're going to make sure we're here. The sickness exemption is spot on. I think that's a great thing to have. And if you can't make that, you have unlimited absences, and we can do that too. So I think there's an opportunity there for us to really be accountable to the community in person, which I think is what we were elected to do. It's only, 20 Thursdays a year, and we already went full virtual for study sessions. So I think if we go too far, we may have swung the pendulum to be a sort of non-functioning body in terms of our interactions with each other if we're not seeing each other all that often.
Yeah, I got a cue here, so I got Rachel, and do you mind waiting to come back?
I
Okay,
don't
Rachel,
mind at all.
myself, Nicole, Lauren.
I'll be pretty quick. I do think that the feedback we got when we came back from community was, it's great to have you back, and we didn't feel like you were listening when you were virtual. Some people said that, many of us don't answer emails or return phone calls, and the only way that they know that we're listening is when we're present with them. And, funny that I'm the one saying it tonight because I'm not there. So, but that is what we're hearing. And so I think that's when Bob and they came up and the committee with just something for us to use as an opening discussion point was, 3 felt, less than a quarter of the meetings absent. So we during my tenure already went from I think a bit over 50 with all the extra meetings. Before I got on council that were, you had to be there Tuesday nights to just business meetings. So got rid of half of them in real life. And and then building in 4 absences. And then after that, you know, it's not like you're going to get kicked off council. You just will have to miss meetings and not be able to go virtual if there's not sickness. So I think it seems fair to me, especially because we do ask staff to go to most things that require an in-person, authentic interaction. And so, you know, I don't think that we should have lesser expectations for ourselves than we do for our community and our staff. And if community members are making the effort to get down there most of the time, I think we should be there. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. So I'll call on myself. And what I wonder here is if we could express an intention to be in person for the business meetings without being prescriptive about it. So, because I don't really fully get the limit of 2 per. I mean, as a facilitator, it's definitely harder the more people are virtual. But I don't know, you know, if 3 people are sick, well, you know, 3 people should be virtual. But then so instead of saying, you know, at a maximum of 3, if we could have language, something to the effect of, there's an expectation that we should strive to be in person for every business meeting where possible. However, it's understood that because of sickness or travel or life circumstances, that's not always possible. So it is permissible to be, you know, then it's permissible to be virtual as required or something like that. So that's the kind of approach I'd rather see us take to this, to still have an expectation but not have it be fixed or a certain number. Nicole and then Lauren.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree with you, Aaron and Mark, as well. I appreciate your comments. And I think, you know, the thing that I would just add to it is that I don't really like this feeling of us deciding who has a quote unquote reasonable excuse for being sick or being out or whatever it is. We're adults, as Mark was pointing out. We've shown up, right, to the greatest extent possible, and most of us are here all the time. I think one of the things that we kind of risk doing if we set in place these really prescriptive requirements is it makes us seem kind of inaccessible, a little overly controlling. I think the hybrid environment really allows for a different group of people to even consider running for council, you know, to know that, hey, I'm a single mom and most days I've got childcare, but there may be a few times a year where my child care is sick or my kid is sick or something like that, right? So it feels like it's making us more accessible to just recognize that we're adults and we're going to try to be here. And I think, Aaron, you know, you're right. That is, we just say we are going to strive to be in person to the greatest extent possible. And I think it comes back to just how we communicate with each other as well, that if, you know, we feel like it's a problem for someone, then we should probably just have an adult conversation with them and you know, discuss that. I think, you know, I do hear these points about the community, sometimes some members of the community really wanting to see us in person. And what I would say to that is that ultimately our accountability is at the ballot box. And if we're not showing up for meetings and that's annoying the community, I think there's going to be accountability there that we won't escape. So I'm not too concerned about just leaving it to us to make those decisions about our own lives.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, we've had flexibility since we've come back in person, and I haven't once experienced feeling like someone who was not here in person should have been here. Like, it's just not something that I have seen anyone on this council do. And it seems like, again, if it becomes a problem, we could have a conversation. We could institute a rule at that point. We can address these issues as they come up. I mean, we could institute a rule about how many minutes you can spend outside of chambers during a council meeting. But yet, we should not. I don't think, like Nicole said, we are adults and we should make these decisions.
That's coming next, a kitchen roll. Some people are spending way too much time in the kitchen. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know who you are. This is great feedback. The reason why this even came forward is, well, we had a long list of things to work on anyway. And so working with staff, Rachel and I on the engagement committee, just so we put a marker out there, just say, hey, listen, you know, we actually started working on this before we had much experience. Because remember, we went back to in person in September, and it occurred to us, like, you know, later in the year, we never actually had an out loud discussion like we're having tonight about should there be rules? Are there rules? What happens if everybody in the community shows up and all 9 of us are on the screen, or 8 of us and Aaron is the only person here? So that obviously hasn't been a problem, and that's great. And so I think, Mark, you raise a good point, which is we may not have a problem here. I like Aaron's approach, which is just express our intention. I agree with Matt and Rachel. I think we do. I think we're always better when we're in person, both with each other and with the community. So I think people have been great about this. I like Aaron's approach of more of an expression of intention rather than prescriptive numbers. Obviously, if it becomes a problem, we can circle back on this again. And there is going to be a kitchen rule coming down the road, though. So in the next packet from the engagement, can you expect that? But I'm fine with Aaron's suggestion. It's a good middle ground, and I think people have been pretty good about this in the four months we've been back.
Can I say something about that kitchen rule?
Yes.
I've heard community members say they don't like watching us eat. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
So what do you think we should do?
No,
Mr. Yates.
We're kidding. I spend as much time in the kitchen as anybody.
So we can wrap up here, but thanks for that, Bob. Yeah. Did you have an additional comment, Mark?
Just two. I also agree that your proposed language is very useful and is a good way forward. And I agree with really both Junie and Nicole that ultimately our attendance here is going to be judged by the community and the electorate. And if they don't like our attendance patterns, we'll see that in the next election. And to my knowledge, we've never had more than one person at a time virtual since we've come back, maybe 2 once. It just hasn't been an issue. And I think we're all making diligent efforts to be here. And if that changes and there's a swath of empty seats, we'll address it.
Thank you. I think the feedback is clear. Staff doesn't have a strong feeling about this, but I think the interest was just raising it as a conversation point since we're in a new world.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
Clear feedback. Thanks for that.
The next topic is chats and walks with council. So the first item is council comfortable with staff moving forward with organizing 6 chats and walks that have the fullest level of staff and partner support, with an expectation that you're each committing to 1 or 2 of those a year?
If I can just clarify that there'd be, on average, we should each do 1 or 2, but as long as most of us are doing 1 or 2 or maybe 3, we're probably in good shape.
We allow up to 3 people to attend a chat from council. They are publicly noticed. So if you do the math there, and there's 6 of them, it is that's an average rate.
Given that, do we have nodding heads for this one? Yeah.
Nodding heads.
Okay, great. That
So
looks
we
unanimous.
will proceed with that. Please watch for the questionnaire that Taylor will be sending out, because if there's particular segments of the community that you'd like us really to be trying to reach out to, it would be helpful to have that feedback from you so we can support you. The second issue has to do with these 2 ad hoc chats, and they're really more designed, as Taylor explained, for some emerging topic that's coming up that a large group of people might want to talk to council about. And we are proposing adding staff capacity to be able to support up to 2 of those a year. We are asking that 3 council members chat individually, because you can't all chat together, but bring it forward as a proposal so that we know that there's a significant interest on at least a good portion of council. Is current council comfortable with that approach?
To clarify, this would be ad hoc, so it'd be like tailor-made to the...
Yes, sir, it would be.
Okay, thank you. You probably heard that before. So nodding our heads, we like this one? Yep, okay.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. The next one is the open comment and public hearing section. So the first one has to do with the community member slideshows during open comment and public hearing.
Okay, nodding heads, or got a comment? Jimmy, I got one.
Yep. Have we ever had to pull a slideshow in the middle of its presentation for reasons of obscenity or some other cause?
I could say that in my 15 years here with the city, I don't recall us ever pulling a presentation in the middle. Whether we could have or should have is an entirely different issue. But we have not.
In that event, I'm kind of concerned that we're, again, addressing a non-existent problem. And some of those slide presentations putting aside the equity issue for the moment. Some of those slide presentations can be quite helpful and substantive, and when you're only giving people 2 minutes to talk to us, you know, their 2 minutes is magnified if they have a slide presentation. So I'm just wondering if, again, we're addressing a problem that doesn't quite exist.
Okay, I got Junie, Matt, Tara, and then myself.
Oh my goodness, Boulder City Council. I am sorry. This part of the conversation is very uncomfortable. I think it's coming from a place of wanting to do the right thing, but going at it in the wrong way. Because I just don't understand how is it equitable to take away people's opportunity to express themselves. Because we know they use those slides as a way to communicate with us and to communicate and engage with us constructively. So people come here, right? They put on these presentations, we watch them, and they feel heard. So I just don't understand how taking that part of their presentation away somehow make it equitable. And that was very, very, I was disappointed, I can say, just to borrow your word, Nicole, at this part of the presentation, because I just don't think it's fair. And what would be the purpose, really? Because I don't believe that's an equity concern to take that aspect of communicating and engaging with us away from these community members.
So
Thank
Junie,
you.
you had a kind of a question there, but it sounds like what you would like to see is to not have us not do this. Do I understand that correctly?
That is, yes, and also a comment about the presentation. I'm just not sure what we are trying to, again, to go back to Mark's point. I appreciate the work of the engagement committee, and they brought this forward because of the work that they've been doing. But ultimately, I think as we're considering bringing things before council, we have to really think about them and what is truly an equity issue or an equity concern. Thank you.
Okay. I got.
Can I colloquy on that? Aaron is a member of the committee, and
sure, Rachel.
Right, Judy, Aaron, and just so that the criticism is lobbed at me and Bob, maybe over staff. I will say that for my part, the equity considerations are that a lot of people, and especially people who are inexpert at speaking to council and haven't watched a lot of meetings or been to a lot of meetings, or maybe don't have easy access to computers or programs that would allow you to put together a slide deck. They can't do those presentations, so it's making it easier for sort of anyone who might be speaking to speak. And also that we have seen some slide decks that have included images of vulnerable community members without their permission. And that felt pretty inequitable to me, that they don't have a choice to be shown in council chambers. And so one way to make sure that we're not putting people sort of in harm's way by other people showing decks in our in our council chambers is to just have a level playing field of no one having access to those presentations.
Okay, thanks for that, Rachel. I got a cue here, Matt, Tara, myself, Mark.
Appreciate those comments, Rachel. I was going to sort of go down that path. I mean, we've had some presentations where we have individuals making personal attacks of another individual and using their slides to communicate that rather than words. And I think that accentuation of personal attacks is something we even say we don't want to have happen. I think also we've had also a few images go up of what looked to be interactions around schools where there might have been children, I think, in some of those pictures. And so then you have an issue of displaying images of children in the public domain. So I think there are just some issues to wrap up here. And so unless we're vetting this stuff for what is proper content use, until we get to that place, I think we have to sort of rein it back a little bit, because some of those things are concerns in terms of just, safety and security and for individuals that shouldn't be subject to that.
Can I ask a question or a colloquy? Would you be comfortable if all slides were required to be non-pictorial? In other words, slides of information, charts, graphs, that sort of thing? Does that make it any better for you?
I mean, I think, yes, I mean, I would turn to our legal to see if there's a difference there, but certainly the issue of personal attacks, showing pictures of people that aren't warranted, I think isn't addressed that. I don't know if it addresses all the issues, but I think that's a good start, so I appreciate that recommendation. That's a nice one, Mark.
Sure.
I didn't, the thing, yeah, sorry, I'm going to stand because that's okay, Mindy. The reason why I don't want slides is because I remember specifically that there was the slide when they said, I don't like these two council members, and then they wrote their names on there, and I was offended by that. So we have to each one say to ourselves, do we mind if our name is the next one that's up there? Is it gonna be hurtful? Do we care? And I think that's something to really think about. If it's not like it's the Oscars and we have a few seconds where we can like get rid of it if somebody puts some sort of a curse word about us or anybody on there either. So it's a different world. So I'm going to say that since we don't have any control, and I'm going to say that I don't think it's a good idea.
All right, I'll just call myself here. Teresa, thank you for pointing that out. Yes.
I'd just like to remind the council that the council can place reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on First Amendment rights. This is a traditional public forum, so there are broad rights here. So when thinking about limiting speech, which slides are speech, you really want to be thinking about issues of disruption to the meeting, access, reasons to put restrictions, not just that we don't like the speech contained therein.
I'm just going to go next.
Not at all because we don't like the speech contained therein.
Yeah, so thanks for that, Teresa. So I would not move forward with this one. People have done this for many years. It's important to some folks. I just wouldn't remove the capability. We're sometimes accused of limiting public involvement and public comment, and this would invite some of those accusations. So I wouldn't, in my opinion, I would not move forward with this. Yep, Bob, Lauren.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Rachel that I think this is a good thing, and I'll give you 5 reasons, some of which have been said before. Number 1, equity and preparation. Some people know how to make slides, and some people don't. I don't know how to make slides. I would have to pay somebody to make slides, literally, and that's not right. That people have. That some people have that capacity, and some people don't. Number 2, to Mark's point about, Jesus, nice to follow along. They can still send us the slides at that time. They can send the slides to our computers, and we can follow along, click along on our computer. So that's not being withheld from them. Third, to Teresa's point, we can't be regulating content. So I think it's either all slides or no slides. I don't think we can say, yeah, slides as long as they don't have pictures, or slides as long as they don't mention council members. I think we either say all slides or no slides, because we don't want it to put ourselves in a situation where somebody's deciding what content is good and what content's not good. As far as the impact, it is distracting. I find it distracting. I've had community members say, "Hey, I'm going to come and speak to council members. Should I have slides?" And I always say, "No. I want to look at you. I want to listen to you. If you have slides, oftentimes the slides have nothing to do with what they're saying." And I tell people, I just find them distracting. I find them confusing. I find them not helpful. Plus, we've all seen the fumble slide. Where's the slide? Poor Emily's over here trying to find the slide. Did you send them to me? Well, I don't know. Next slide. I want more time. It's just so annoying and not productive and not helpful. And I find the rudeness to staff in and of itself a reason not to have these things. So I absolutely would like to get rid of slides. If someone wants to email them to us, that's fine. You guys can click away as they're talking if you want.
Very good. I got Lauren, Rachel, and Jeannie again, and I look, and Lauren, Lauren and then Nicole. But I'd look to, maybe we do a straw poll here pretty quick, rather than talk about it for another 20 minutes. But you haven't had your turn yet, so please go, Lauren.
I think, anything that you can say out loud, you can also say through email. So any of the arguments that we're making about people can always email us images is also true of anything that they can say to us verbally. And so to me, it is not the same thing to receive something in email versus to have someone stand at the dais to sort of deliver their presentation. I also think that, in terms of equity, people have different skill sets. People have, not everyone can speak quickly. Not everyone can, has the bravery to say all the things they want to say, but maybe they will put together the images that say what they want to say for them. I just don't think that it makes sense for us to limit those kinds of speeches in that way.
Good. I had Rachel up next and then Nicole, if that's right. Judy. No, Rachel. I had Rachel next. Rachel, where'd you go?
You said you were wanting to get to a straw poll, so I think that my points were made pretty well by Bob.
Very good. Then Nicole and then Jean.
Quick point. I'm kind of neutral on this, and what I would say is that if we move forward with allowing slides to continue, if folks do put up a picture or something like that, as somebody whose picture has been put up while somebody was complaining to me, I would just say, that's fine. If they want to do that, that is okay. What I would appreciate, though, is a word of support from, my colleagues of just, hey, we noticed that. Probably didn't feel really good. We noticed. So I would appreciate that. I think that's a fine way to go about it, but I think that's the way we can still, allow people to do and say what they want to do, and also acknowledge that some things are kind of uncomfortable.
Fair. Jean?
Thank you. Bob, I love you. But
I love you too.
But I don't think you can, again, I understand your perspective on equity, but you can't, how do I put it? It's almost saying, let's take away your car because there are people without cars, right? Who can't afford cars, right? So we can't necessarily look at it that way. And it's exactly what Lauren said, that we all have different skills. And, if you can't make slide, I'm so sorry. But for those who would like to participate in that meaningful manner, we should allow it. And maybe part of the conversation should be rather, what are the rules around using slides? Maybe we can find ways to perfect that rule as opposed to say no slides because your neighbor can't use, they don't know how to use slides, right? Or maybe we can help them figure it out. And also, I understand the comments about using people, and I remember I saw that slide as well when I remember that community member had, or unhoused community in that slide. It did make me feel bad. And I'm not sure how we can remedy that because there are rules about using your face in public. People can take your pictures in public without your permission. That's just how it works. That's just the law. They can't actually take your picture. Okay. Also, and as for, I did see that name as well. I remember when that came up as well. That was another thing that made me feel a certain kind of way that, wow, this feeling negative because that's my fellow council member, and if that happened to me, I would feel bad. So I think maybe part of it, again, is eventually having a conversation about rules. What type of things can you display as opposed to not displaying anything at all? Thank you.
Right. So how about we move to a straw poll? Wait, Rachel's got her hand up again.
I just want to get a little bit of clarification from Teresa to Junie's last point, because my understanding from the committee, all our discussions is basically we can't have rules. It's either we have slides and people can bring what they want, including pictures of community members in various states of disrobe if they want, and we won't have seen them in advance. We can't see them in advance. We know we're not going to ask staff to do that. So it's all or nothing. Is that accurate, Teresa?
So there's a somewhat recent U.S. Supreme Court case called Reed that goes to content neutral regulations of signs in particular. I would say slides are pretty close to signs. And the regulation does have to be content neutral. So to answer your question very directly, Rachel, that's right. To put rules regulates the content that is displayed. And forgive me, perhaps it should have occurred to me earlier with the sort of images versus text. That maybe is a closer question. But if we were to start promulgating rules about what kind of content is appropriate and what kind is not, that would be very problematic under the First Amendment.
Okay, fair.
Thanks so much for that. So just to clarify, that's largely why the subcommittee made the recommendation that we did. We didn't want to get into regulating content and can't, and so thought it was probably fairest to the community and people who who we can't apologize to because they're not sitting next to us, that like that must have felt bad. Like they're not there. They might not even know that happened, and it's really crummy that it's happening.
Okay.
Thanks.
Point taken. So let's do a straw poll here on if you can raise your hand if you support the recommendation to eliminate community member slideshows during open comment. Raise your hand if you support that. Got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not quite.
Not quite. Not quite. So very close, but not quite support for that. So looks like we'll allow those to continue.
Thank you.
Thanks
the
for the
next
discussion.
issue is the rules of decorum related to signs in chambers.
Is this a slam dunk? Are we okay with this one? Yep. Rachel, you're right? Okay.
Okay, so just to wrap up what I understand we heard tonight is there's some direction for one rule change, which will go to the city attorney's office for drafting, which has to do with signs in chambers. The rest of the rule changes were not supported by the majority of council.
The rest of the rule changes, meaning the one other rule change?
There was the slideshow would have been a rule change, and the hybrid council attendance would have been a rule change.
Okay, but there was support for language on hybrid council attendance, but just
well,
different
it was
and non-prescriptive.
intention language. Is it rule prescriptive language? I didn't necessarily take that as something we would put into the codify in a rule.
So I'll speak to it because I was the one who offered
Sure.
kind of an alternative that seemed to generally have support. I was thinking about still having language to this, but without it being prescriptive. So it would say that we would strive. I offered language, and we can go back to the tape. It was imperfect,
right.
but have that language still be in there, but to express the intention, but without it being a prescriptive rule.
I think I would leave it to the city attorney as to whether the right place to have that language would be in the context of a rule, or if there's some other way we could display it. I don't know.
Maybe get back to us. I mean, if we just agree amongst ourselves that it's this, that we strive to do, that's probably fine. But on the other hand, I wouldn't mind if it were written down that we'd commit to being in person as often as we can.
Well, and not all the things in the handbook are rules.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be something that we add as guidance in our handbook, but isn't codified as a rule.
Yeah. So maybe you can get back to us with your recommended approach on that.
Happy to do that.
Okay, great.
And the other administrative changes and programming direction we received was clear tonight. So thank you very much, Council. We appreciate your consideration.
Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate you and Taylor and all the work that you did on this, and the engagement subcommittee. Let's hear it for Rachel and Bob and all the hard work that they did. Okay, so that. Sorry, right. Breaking our own rules. So that's the end of our agenda. But Nicole, there's something that you wanted to bring up here.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of bring this up under the matters for mayor and council. I was just wondering about, so I heard that there is a meeting happening next week that is with a group in the community that's been concerned about safety, that a couple of us are maybe planning to attend, along with some other county, state, potentially officials. I don't know sort of who all was invited versus who's going, but it just made me wonder a little bit about kind of open meetings and, you know, the degree to which we are publicizing meetings, especially meetings that we're at with community members that are also involving other elected officials, and kind of what some of the rules are around that.
Another question for Teresa to clarify what the rules are around, say, two of us attending meetings with other elected officials.
The Colorado Open Meetings Law, part of what it tells us is that a meeting is not triggered until three or more members of the body are in attendance. The Open Meetings Law is clear that there are exceptions to that if you have fewer numbers in the body. But for us, for a 9-member body, 3 people, along with some other criteria, constitutes a meeting. So council members are free to attend meetings individually or where one other council member is in attendance. Even if you are discussing city business, that does not violate the Open Meetings Law. Additionally, I would remind you that if a formal council subcommittee is formed, Then there's a requirement in our charter that 2 or more council members necessitates that be a noticed open meeting. To my knowledge, that's not what this meeting is. To my knowledge, that this meeting is a meeting at the invitation of a community member that has, I believe, 2 council members attending, a variety of other elected officials. But in terms of us counting up heads for the open meetings law, we only count our own local government body.
Does that answer your question, Cole?
Yeah, no, it does. And I mean, it's making me wonder, though, you know, because I would very much like to have a community conversation about safety, because I think that, you know, we've been hearing a lot about safety from one group in our community that has a definition of what safety means to them, but safety means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I would just really love for us, you know, if we are kind of thinking about what safety is and, you know, incorporating that into the parts of our brains that are helping us make policy decisions, that we're also thinking about it in a way that is recognizing that safety has different definitions. And it's just, I think it's something that for me has been coming out a lot when I'm hearing some parents talk about, you know, safety around the schools. For a lot of us parents of kids who are different, safety actually is a concern in the schools. And when our kids are out and about around town in stores and restaurants and things like that. So I would just really love for us to think about broadening our discussion about safety, and, you know, if it is anything that we can fit in anywhere, to just have a sort of a community meeting about what safety means that's much more inclusive of different perspectives.
Appreciate the point. Any other thoughts here? We're at the end of our meeting. Anybody have any final thoughts before we get done? All right. Seeing none, I'll gavel us closed at 9:55 p.m.
Thank you.
Not